you?
Not too bad.
Good.
I
how'd
never
you go?
know. Like, I can't. Like, can you just look and see if you can see something?
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh.
Thanks.
Yep.
No, no, my son
Oh, he does?
yeah,
Okay.
the little kids. We live in, because we're in Rockville City, and then unfortunately,
Did that for 17 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a lot of traveling.
I know, travel team, we're just on like a wrestling team, but that's the league that they play in. It's
Oh, yeah.
Rita, Carol, we went to Denison.
Oh,
Carolyn
yeah.
We went last year. I was in charge of taking Aubrey, and they're in Whittemore, and we had to go to Brettinger a couple times. And there was one little town even further than that, and it's like, this is ridiculous. But then I complained, and then this year they didn't even have enough kids to have a team. So I mean,
Yeah, either way, you
Yeah.
feel best, yeah. Sometimes, like, if this one seems to enjoy the sports more than the other two did.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh, yeah, yeah, let him do it.
let him do it, it's good for him.
yeah.
Yeah,
Until they get in high school and they do it one year and then I said, I'm not doing it again.
yeah, my oldest
Oh,
said,
man, my youngest right now did that and I'm going,
I'm not worried about Aaron saying,
oh, sorry,
it's okay.
I always forget that it's there, do you want me to?
No,
There's so much politics as they get older too.
we know you're here, or someone from.
Someone is, and I'll be here for part of it, and then Eric and I are gonna swap out, I got a ball game to go
Well,
to.
that sounds like fun.
It is
I
fun.
mean, actually getting swapped out.
Yes, yeah.
And
But he
comparing
couldn't,
notes
he
later.
couldn't come right away because his family has a step challenge, and so he's out walking, trying to beat his relatives.
He could have just wandered around at the
I mean, he probably got it.
Yeah.
yeah, it's not air conditioning.
I know.
Let's go to the Echo East for that.
I thought that was like kind of a fun idea, but they team up, he said, I mean, because he draws names for people, and you have a partner. So he's like, he's got a lot of sets in the beginning of the week, and like,
There you go.
bang, so you can't.
Although sitting at a ball game doesn't sound too bad either. I mean, it's nice outside.
It is nice outside. My job is to hold the clipboard and answer the same question a million times. Is it my turn yet? Is it my turn yet? No.
Alex,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
you here for a moment?
Absolutely.
There's a little boy. As soon as he bounds, the next thing he's like, is it
My turn?
Is it my turn? I'm like,
Yeah.
my friend, you just batted. There are 11 other boys that need to bat before it is your turn again.
And they all bat, too, don't they?
They all bat.
Yeah, at that age.
Yep.
Yeah. I love his enthusiasm.
Oh.
Doesn't remember a thing.
Yeah.
Jordan wanted to talk about the other stuff too, so I just sent an email about, so absolutely we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, my oldest.
You betcha.
Not very competitive. They played like 5th through 8th grade, you know. And when he got into high school this year, he's like, I'm not going to agree with him. And he was in third, and he was on Atkins platform. He was in the band, jazz band. He had already had morning stuff. You should do stuff.
Right, right. See, that's where, you know, I mean, going by my youngest, he said he wasn't messing with me.
What we were doing.
And his mother said, you will do something. Well, I don't know what
We've been playing in the dirt today.
You already know what it is. But he's doing it, well, he's, I think that he's not doing that, he's busting his balls a little.
I mean,
I mean, he is worse than this, I mean, you know, here,
Helen, I think there's a chair over there if you want.
Right.
if you're working.
right,
I think she's after you.
You're after
you
me?
know, but, I mean, I try to believe in bargaining and everything, but, you know, I like being, you know, life, work. I mean, enjoy your high school years right now. I mean, I'm telling you, believe me.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, he mows for a neighbor. And she'll mow for him when he goes away. My husband fell last night.
I just wanted to add,
Yes,
everybody,
got it.
put this all together.
Well, yeah, you don't
And that's
say
okay.
with
That's
Ray,
okay.
you know, I mean, I asked him, you know, mow the yard in the morning, because he doesn't have to do the work in the pool for what, 1 noon? I think 11, I think what we do, right?
Yeah, the senior lady's going to.
Okay, all right.
After I sign
So,
her.
yeah, so he has to be there at 11, I'm like, okay, just get up at 9. It'll take a half hour, 45 minutes more yards.
I can
You
just
know,
stop.
and
back.
then-
Or I can
and
hand
then-
it to her,
and
and
then-
then we'll stop back and
You know.
pick it up from him.
But I don't
I'm
sign
saying,
anything I haven't read.
Oh, of course, and I tried this.
8:30.
It's okay.
My cup of coffee, this is on, this is on.
Um,
Have my cup of coffee.
I
and
will
all
send
this.
you information, but I will get this sent, I'll leave it signed, I'll leave it with Derek.
What's wrong with you?
Could you
Good
give
drinking last
me a
night,
call
what'd you
when
do?
it
You know, I mean, he was all, you know,
then
I
I'll
said,
come over,
oh,
or should I just
what
come
do you
over?
got planned today here, you
Are you
know?
gonna sign it after the meeting?
I'm gonna go home.
Yes, I'll just write it over to
Oh,
you.
really? Good.
I'll give you a text.
Nicole can
No, I'm
drop it
gonna
off.
go down, I'm gonna walk to the
I'll
yard.
walk out with
Like-
my cane.
Perfect, as
Wow,
long as you
what
don't
you
leave
had
me
that
here.
enthusiasm to mow our yard.
I feel like that's since he's here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh.
Alright, we're gonna call the meeting to order. How about approving the agenda? What do we need to do first, people?
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
I second it.
All in favor? Okay, citizens' opportunity to address the council. Do we have anybody that wants to address? Alright, we're gonna move on to the consent agenda, previous minutes. Does everybody approve the previous minutes? I think they look pretty darn good, so. And I will gladly sign them.
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I got a bill I need to talk, a couple of things on the bills we need to discuss, so that's a little premature. We have a couple of bills that we needed to add today, because, did you bring those?
No, but I
Um,
grabbed them.
It's a bill that did not get paid, for Janon's stay at the motel. The last time, I don't wanna say,
Careful.
I don't remember what the dates were, like April, that should have been paid, and that needs to get paid. And the other one was, something else that didn't get paid that should have. I don't remember what it was off the top of my head now. Other than that, I think this is getting us pretty well up to date. We're more current than we were with getting this set of bills paid. If that makes any sense. Are there any questions on any of this? Thank you. Inn and Suites was from, so this is from,
From May 27th to June
To
2nd.
June
That's
2nd.
when I was here the last time.
and also, I guess the other one was if you guys wanna look at it, Janon has not been paid, since the first of the year. And I think getting her paid would be ideal. I know it doesn't say a lot about what she did, but,
try going forward if Craig is unavailable.
So do we have, that needs to be one of you guys?
It could be anyone realistically, because it's an employee, so I don't.
Should it be another electrical employee, or should it be,
My thought was either, Clint or you, considering on COPEG and being able to have those conversations, but
I just mean, is that something that they would need to contact to get, like,
Permissions?
something done right away?
then this,
Or,
I mean, again, this is more, from my understanding of it and just from like the wording of the contract is like going forward, if we're gonna continue to pursue our contract with RPGI, we need to at least make sure that it is something that's competitive and we can't get better rates from another power supply company. So I'm not sure it's necessarily someone that needs to like have permission to do anything in an urgent setting. It's more about let's make the best decision as a contract setting going forward, so. And I think that would be a good option too, since you are able to have those conversations with the other entities, because they also use different power supply contracts, so that might be a good idea.
Alright,
I'll make a motion to appoint Craig and Cody as the alternate for our RBGI point of contact.
I'll second.
Nicole and Kim, all in favor? Motion passed. Discussion and possible action regarding additional support for utility billing operations during the administrative transition period. Kim has graciously been able to come in and help out here in the office, and you will the rest of this week. Again, awesome. Do we want or need to hire someone that can, come in at least part-time to answer phones?
So, is Derek here?
Derek is here.
Okay, so Derek, chime in as, so being the extra person, it seemed like I was great to say, hello, I'll send it to Derek. Or hello, I'll send it to Derek. And so I think another person to answer their phone is okay, but it ends up going to Derek anyway, unless I drop the call accidentally. So, I don't know about that.
You don't know whether you think we need
I was that
somebody
helpful to Derek
as
at the front desk.
another person or third
Right,
person
right.
with these guys. Well,
I
my
think that
problem,
was helpful when Siobhan and Derek needed to work together and needed time to do their stuff. I think that was helpful because then I could just take messages or troubleshoot. But when otherwise, I'm not sure.
Derek, how do you feel?
About specifically having a third person here? I
At
think-
least just part-time.
Yeah. I don't know, it could be helpful because you can't predict when like 15 people and 15 other people are gonna call and come in at the same time.
One of the things Derek and I talked a little bit about today was, okay, when do you think we could use a third person?
Right.
So part of it was after the meter readings are downloaded to look at that billing register, because he
Yeah.
gets partway through it and the phone rings, and then he goes through it,
Yes.
and so something like that would be helpful. You're gonna have a better idea after you're here that week when he's on
Yes.
vacation.
Yes, yes.
Because we will show you how to answer the phone and do some of that stuff. I don't know, neither Derek nor I were sure that he wanted somebody in here a lot. Not saying we can't use somebody, but who do we teach? How much do you teach them? How long are they gonna wanna work?
And how long are we going to need them for?
Right.
Because once we get a clerk hired, we're still gonna need a third person until we get somebody else hired for city administrator or whatever we're gonna end up doing. This could last 3 or 4 months, you know, and how do you hire somebody for 3 or 4 months and say, you know, sorry.
I mean, City Hall has had part-time help before. Even when we were fully staffed, like as of last summer, fall, there were people in here helping out, at least run errands and, you know, put stuff in file protectors and answer calls and stuff like that. So I think at least having someone that could be available to some capacity is gonna be important because you're gonna take vacation. We don't want you to get burned out. Medical things happen unexpectedly all the time, and you know, if Janon is gone, like we can't just close down City Hall until she can get here or until, you know, you can come in. And I don't think it needs to solely rely on you to have to like fill in either. So I guess where I'm coming from is I think it's important that we get someone in here to be able to support you, and whether that's just you need to go outside for 10 minutes and take a breath of fresh air or run deposits to the bank or pick up mail. I think it's important to have someone here and help at least delegate tasks, because there's some things that maybe came through that you could pass along to one of us rather than, hey, Derek, pass this along.
Yeah, I think at the pool passes, that was an easy process. I would have known that I could handle that, except if it needed change maybe, but other than that.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, to be real specific about that, so you know where to.
So
Transfer some of that.
do we want to hire, there is part-time pay in the budget, that we can hire someone part-time. Do you want him to work 8 hours a day? Do you want him to work? I don't,
As needed,
And
then
as
it's gonna
needed.
be who you hire, it's
Right.
gonna be on them too, is what they want,
right,
who you can find.
and so do we wanna place an ad? Do we wanna have an ad written up, and place an ad, and I would say, just the pokey paper, cause we want someone just local that'll just help and fill in.
I know in the past we've had part-time from the post, or from the, library, somebody that was already part-time, and I don't know who's there now.
Yeah, I don't either,
There is anybody to see what he can do.
That would be good. And I mean, there's been other people that have filled in recently that we could reach out to see if they would want to come back, and at least there's some familiarity. I think maybe right now we take a week or two, maybe just a week, to like word of mouth and see and reach out to people like that and see if they're interested, or see if anyone who hears about it is interested. And then if we don't get a whole lot of bites or interest, we can move on to more of a formal hiring process.
It's good to me.
And I think calling the library is an awesome idea. I will, I'll call Lola and see if she's got anybody that would want to pick up a few more hours. Okay. We don't need to take any action on that then. Discuss and approve resolution regarding employee wage adjustments. Everybody got the,
I discovered this weekend, there's one mistake on there, and that's, and she wouldn't be getting a raise this time anyway, but it's, Maddie at the pool. It says 4,000 is her wage. Laura sent me a text and said that it was to be 5,000 for this year.
So I think the park committee, and that's, you know, the stuff I highlighted in yellow, the previous resolutions had full-time and part-time. And then you look at the wage, and there's some people who are part-time, some people who are like seasonal. Also there's, you know, like the lifeguards in general, and PD, well, or not so PD, but the pool, like Maddie, and the lifeguards are more under the parks budget. So I think the wording on this resolution needs to be a little more specific about what we choose to do and who gets this wage wage increase, because it's not as cut and dry as full-time, part-time pay.
Well, and we just went through and took every active employee and put it on there. Because one of the things the state wants, I've seen from audits and that I've done in other cities, is when you do an increase, whether it's for one person or kind of across the board, they want everyone listed.
Yes,
And
yes.
so that's one reason the pool people are on there. Their wage that shows on there is what was told to them it would be this year.
Yeah, the Parks Department determined Maddie and the pool hourly rate at like April or May.
Yes, and that was bumped up for them at that time.
Yeah. So even though they're on there, they're not, we didn't increase their,
We're not.
And
We're not going to
we're not-
increase.
And I'll say that,
Theirs is already set.
yeah, with the wage schedule you provided me, I transferred it over to the table, and the table only reflects what we were given during budget time as to the salaries that we were discussing during that time. So I did remove the lifeguards from there, and literally just copied what Laura had already prepared for us. I just verified that the wages aligned with that table that was given to us for budget season.
So, are there any changes on this resolution? that you
Well,
wanna make?
we gotta decide, I mean, as a discussion is, how you want that worded or verbiage to read to cover this specific, or if you want it to just say, it shall apply to employees named in, what is it? Like, the event, I'm gonna forget it as well. Exhibit A. So like you can attach this to the resolution, whatever we finalize this as exhibit A, and you could just, I could change the word, verbiage in section 3 to it shall apply to employees named in exhibit A.
And that works, that would be,
That would be removing,
Full-time and part-time, and just say,
but would that be removing the pool?
yeah, so, I mean, whatever we decide, yeah.
except I think, up to you guys, but I would think we would wanna list them and just, I'll check with the state auditor's
well,
office.
we did them in April.
Yeah, that's why I think you needed, cause was there a resolution for it listing them
By name,
Or
I
by
don't
position.
recall, or by position.
We did what in April?
Didn't we give them a raise? Or we didn't, we
We
talked
haven't,
about that?
The park board suggested,
for the pool, but for all other employees, we
Right,
just.
for the pool,
Okay, yeah.
just for the pool.
so they need to be on here.
Parks would have dealt with that. Laura and
But-
Parks would.
but all our employees need to be on this
Need to be
resolution
listed
to go.
on here.
And we can separate it out to say that our board approved these people at this wage, and
So,
then the increase will just go to the,
Well, shouldn't it be,
so basically you'll have a part A and a part B, and the part A is what the percentage increase goes to, but these are the rest of our employees, and their wages was set at this from the Parks
Parks
Board.
board? So I can add an extra, let's just say reflected in part, or exhibit A. And then I'll add a section that says exhibit B shows that this wage was increased by the Parks board on this date.
Perfect.
Percent for the full season of 26.
So now, the hard part, how much of a raise are you gonna give city employees?
And just a reminder, the extra information got cut off, I don't really know why, on here. But just a reminder, based on the information Laura provided to us during budget season, cost of living adjustment was 2.8%. The county is giving 3%, West Bend is giving 3%, Fonda is giving 3%, Lorenz and Pomeroy are giving 5%.
Lorenz gave 4 today.
4? Okay. I know Cody, like, Craig came from, the history of like, we've kind of been in hot water before with that, so.
They
And that's because West Bend and
Trying to keep
Gretchen are
everybody,
doing the same.
trying to keep everybody on the guys on the same level.
And that makes sense. So, you guys
All
need,
of them before, so.
you guys need to decide. Do you guys have anything to add to the conversation? For pay from your end of things?
Well, I really don't care about the electric guys. That's a whole different
That's what I'm
ballgame.
saying.
Yeah. That's,
I guess interest, inflation might have been 2.8 or whatever last year, but now it's already almost 5. 4 point whatever was the last report.
I don't know where these numbers came from and I don't know how updated they are, I just,
Her numbers are right as far as then it's January 1st, 2026. So
Right, and
obviously,
that's
as the gentleman says, is that obviously with the higher fuel costs because of the Iranian war and stuff, the numbers aren't complete, so you have to look at it as a month-by-month average right now. So, you know, anywhere between the 3 and the 4, and that's why Lorenz went with the 4, is just because we know the expenses are higher this year, and we don't know when those costs are gonna reset and come back down. So.
gotta make a decision tonight.
What was the percentage last year? Five? Okay, so we grew to 5% last year.
And it was 2.8 was the COBRA.
Yep. Um, I would make a motion for the 3% raise. And not just based on the electric, agreement with COVID. That's just my personal addition to that.
Do we have a second? Wes? Kim and Wes? And all in favor? Or let's do a roll call. Van Dam?
Aye.
Duval? Plain?
Aye.
Harrison?
No.
And Stover is absent. Motion carried, 3%. Moving on. Update and discussion regarding current and future city infrastructure and capital improvement projects. We've got a lot of projects that are happened, and need to happen. Do we need to go over this?
Well, Janelle was the one that had kind of asked for this to be on the agenda, and I felt like it was good. I mean, all of us had alluded to like making sure that we keep up on these things. And I think we owe it to the citizens to keep providing updates to things that are being brought to our attention. So, I wanted to at least get that information on there, because I think a lot of people are working on a lot of different things. And then, I mean, I don't really know, and maybe Janelle has more of a specific discussion she wanted to add on it, but, I think we just need to have that discussion to make sure that we all know that projects are still being moved forward to the best of our ability, and also making sure that no projects are slipping through the cracks.
I'd kind of like to read some of this, Nicole, out loud that you typed up in order to have it on the audio record, and so that we get some of this, if the newspaper wants it, they can have it, because it's extremely important to our citizens that they know our projects and what's going on. I'm gonna start sewer. USDA sewer slipping cannot proceed until sewer funds are figured out. Janon is working to try to get more accurate picture of where our fund lines currently stand and upcoming balloon payments. As far as the sewer is concerned, Janon, do you have anything to add there?
No, I went to the banks today and got a list of the CDs, so, because that's not current on the system, so I had no idea how much money there really was. Got a list of them, it doesn't say what they're for. So we have some figuring out to do
Okay.
on that, but I just didn't know what projects there were. And then we'll work on getting the accounting straightened out in a budget workshop, but, you know, I didn't know if you had the money to do this or that, or,
I think we all kind of, we were in the same boat as you. We
Yeah,
only
none of us
know,
know for sure.
we only know the projects we've discussed so far, and I have no idea. I mean, one popped up last week that no one knew about, so, yeah, it would be great to be able to get that all.
I set up 2 new funds this past week. One is to keep track of the bills for your water project, because they were just coming out of water. And I thought they really should come out of their own funds, so I've made the journal entries for that, so there'll be a new fund for that. Then, by your agreements when you did the sewer bonds 4 years ago or whatever it was, there was supposed to be a sinking fund set up and money transferred every month from sewer to sewer sinking, so the state could guarantee you had enough money to pay off bonds. I figured out, I think it was Saturday, we worked on it. We need to transfer a little over $26,000 every month that you guys can't touch. In December, we'll pay interest, and then in June, we'll pay interest and the principal
On a bond,
on the 4 sewer bonds.
4 sewer bonds.
Yep. And I've got some questions about that, because on the budget form, one of the GO bonds, which are your property taxes, says some of that should be transferred from sewer into there. I'm not sure it's right. Your debt service fund on paper shows there's over $1 million in it. There can't be. So things have been coded incorrectly at some point in time. And so hopefully we'll get that figured out. But sewer lining is gonna be a new project.
It's not really, we haven't decided we're gonna do the project, we're doing the project.
It's a preliminary stage. Basically, the USDA funds we're trying to qualify for is a report
To get reports, to look.
to understand how imminent that project is.
So in Lake City, they're applying for a USDA loan, I forget now whether it's water or sewer. The agreement that they have to sign for USDA says the general fund will always be a positive number. It's not in Lake City, it's not in Pocahontas. So I'm not sure how that's gonna work. And so that's one more thing.
It's in the works, you're working on it,
I'm working on it.
They're working on it very hard.
And I'll email Dana tomorrow, and the whole group on that with the numbers we had found on Saturday. And And then also inquire about that, does the general fund always need to be positive, or are we just kind of a moot point at this point, if that's gonna be the breaking point? So, I'll go ahead and have that conversation, and then we can continue to report back what we find out there.
Alright, I'm gonna move on to the pool. The floors, met with Jason, Maddie, Dave, and Kevin. Color discrepancies were approved by the city administrator due to a delay in delivering extra material of the same color that would have postponed pool opening. Jason Thomas to return to grind off and snake the drains. Paint the first row of brick, replace rubber trim where originally existed, and address excess on concrete sealant integrity within the next week. Work will occur after pool hours. That is what do I wanna say, it didn't look good. It didn't look good to start out with, and, if he will come back and fix that, which he has said he will, that would be really awesome.
I was gonna shoot him a message today too, just to verify we're still on the same timeline as previously discussed, because I don't think any of us have heard back yet, so, I was just gonna follow back up on that.
Good job. Roof bid, council asked for the invitation for bids to be posted, not sure if this was ever done. The roof is in very rough shape. We'll begin discussions with the Parks Board about how bad the situation is and how, if we want to address this in the off-season. I would agree with the pool open, it's gonna be hard to work on the roof right now.
We were given those two bids a couple meetings ago, and we had asked for it to just go to an open bid to see what other options were out there. I'm not sure that project ever continued, I don't think we've ever posted anything.
I think the park board should decide what they want for a roof
Agreed.
before we, what type, I know those were asphalt shingle bids. It's got shingles on it now, they wanna do that, they wanna do sheet steel, they wanna do asphalt shingles. That's something that's really needs to be decided before you go out and get prices. 'Cause
Right,
you can get an idea of what it's gonna cost you, but if you're gonna wanna get prices, you just will
Bill, and
let people know what you want.
Yeah, because off the top of my head, I think asphalt's more expensive than, sheet steel. I don't know right now where it's at, doesn't matter, but you know what,
What maintenance costs in the long run, maybe your deciding factor too.
yes. But if the Parks Board needs to make that decision, then
Yeah, I think we need to start relying on our boards for
yes.
things like this a little bit more, so
Yes.
we can free up a little more of our own meeting time too.
Water treatment plant?
I don't know, I personally didn't know where any of it stood, I don't know if anyone else has any,
The McClure
information.
stuff,
The
you mean?
McClure.
yeah.
Okay,
I got an annual update on Friday afternoon, so but it's basically, they're still working on the design, and I can get that set up and ready.
okay, that'd be awesome.
But nothing's really needed from our standpoint.
Not as of right now.
Parks, Shelter House invitation for bids was posted in the Record Democrat. Unsure if Laura posted to the league before she left.
I emailed to check, cause it was pending and then Janine pulled up on Saturday and it looked like it wasn't in there, so, I can certainly try to email, but like, how much I can get posted on those state websites is significantly limited, cause I don't have like that official sign on. So if somebody who has that sign on, if you want me to just like email you it, I can, but.
I have a sign on, who's got a sign on besides Janine?
It's just that, I don't know whether it's the city clerk or the administrator, but I know enough people at the league to call and change whatever it is.
And that's what, like, I can send an email off to Mickey or
Yeah.
whoever deals with that area of it and just get better direction, I can totally take that, but, that's what that is.
Dugout roofs. Are you guys gonna fix that? Are we gonna put that out?
do it when we get time. I never knew it was an emergency situation. It was just gonna be as we had time to do it.
And I think if they get it done as they have time to do it, I think is a very good idea, cost effective for us.
Baseball's almost over.
Yeah, this week.
Yeah, it's almost over anyway, so.
I think it's about just relaying those timelines to the individuals appropriately, because it may have been mentioned during a meeting that it was gonna get done faster than it's getting done, so I just wanna make sure that everyone is under the same understanding going forward of like, you guys are man down and it's summer and there's a lot of projects that need to be taken over right now.
That's not top priority in our
Exactly.
department.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry,
not.
it's
It's
not.
not.
Yep.
And that's,
Yeah, we understand it. I think the word got passed on to the parks board that it was gonna get done sooner.
Well, we were
That's
hoping
not
to.
you.
We were hoping it was
yeah,
gonna,
that's
but it
not on
just,
you
Yeah.
guys.
So, just so they know that.
I mean, we can probably confidently say before next season, it will probably be addressed, yeah?
That sounds great.
couple years, whatever it takes.
Garbage man will help.
Streets, curb, driveway, recycling, parking lot, fairgrounds, all that stuff. I don't know if we need any timelines.
I think it's just important again to the citizens to know that like, it's being worked
It
on.
is being worked on, it is.
It's just a very big project that requires a lot of coordination with many parties. to get
Many
it addressed.
parties.
Is there anyone that's like kind of, from our standpoint now, following up on that, because I know Laura had reached out to different companies and stuff too to get involved.
I have no
I said
idea.
I would talk to Dave, we talked about what spots need to be done
Sure.
around town, but I haven't got to that yet.
That'd be awesome. Urban renewal amendments and expired TIF districts. This is something that we need to get done. There's expired TIF districts that need to come off the books. I believe what we need is I don't know if we need a resolution. Yeah, we do. We need a resolution to get rid of that stuff.
I will say that the resolution that was passed on to address that was like almost identical to the resolution that we all looked at when we were dealing with the urban renewal amendments. And so, Amy at Dorsey and Whitney were the individuals that, or was the individual that was on Zoom the time I was in Pittsburgh working on that. And so I had her email from setting up that meeting, and reached out, and I have yet to hear back. But I just kind of was like, hey, this is what I know of the situation. This is what was passed along. This is what we have. Also, the urban renewal amendment, from my understanding, the urban renewal plan is also expiring in September of this year. So like, all of those things are very urgent and need to be handled. And I think where we're at with the urban renewal situation is that that recommendation needs to come from our zoning commission. And we currently have
Don't have a zoning commission, so to speak.
maybe 2 people on the zoning commission. Yeah. So we kind of need to probably address the zoning commission so that we can continue to move forward with both of these things that are both time sensitive. So it's kind of like a multi-layered issue and everything is kind of urgent in nature. But again, I do have an email to Amy. I have not heard back from Amy, as to what her recommendation is to address those things.
Share that with me when you get it.
Mhm.
I've been talking to, the county needs to get that off their books to our TIF. So it's a stair-step effect that there's several things that need to be done in order to get this done, so. Okay, recodification, I tried to reach out to Simmering and Corey, I left a message, didn't hear back. I'm going to, reach out to them again as to where the recodification stands. I am working on it, we just haven't got anywhere with it yet. next is audits. Laura was to provide company recommended by Storm Lake, that was referenced during the last discussion, oh yeah. Unsure if there was any follow-up by Laura with them. And Nicole, you'll reach out to them. If you would do that, that would be really awesome, to reach out and see if they will do our audits for us. Because as everyone knows, I am a fan of the state auditors, and I will put together whatever it takes. It's a resolution, to get the state auditors to come, and they will gladly come. I have talked to, her name is Sonia, I've talked to her, they would be more than happy to set up something. Time frame is an issue with them, obviously. It's gonna be with all of them. Anybody, but if you wanna find out,
What is the proper way to put out a call for somebody to do your audit?
you just have to ask whoever you want to do it, and then we will need a resolution to set up whoever we do want to have do it.
You have to put out RFPs if you're gonna use anybody but the state. And you have a current contract with Jerry Marr out of Port Dodge. Now, she hasn't done it for 3 years, and when Laura called, she said she was behind on 6 towns. I know she's behind in Lake City. But if you're gonna do it anybody by the state, anybody but the state, you have to put out RFPs,
What's an RFP?
request for proposal. And if you put out a request, we probably need to let Jerry know you haven't fulfilled your contracts, so we're gonna look out
Do you
elsewhere.
know, Jerry, would you handle that for
If
us?
we decide to put out a
Right.
RFP.
I will say that I specifically asked if we had a physical contract with our current, and I was told there was no contract, which I felt was maybe not accurate information. But I was wondering what the wordage was, because I assumed there was some understanding, to be able to exit that agreement if needed, but I
Right.
was, so I don't know. Hopefully we have a copy of it somewhere that we can look at that, and get access to.
But a request for proposal, where do you put that out? I mean,
You can put it on, you can send it to certain people. I mean, you can't just select it, like, but send it to 3 or 4 different auditing companies. We can put it on the league's website if we want it.
Is it something that legally you need to put that out before, like, could we call around to a couple to even see if their timeline's sooner before
Yes,
doing
and
that?
if they would be interested.
Yeah.
And they're gonna ask you, do you want a full audit or do you want an exam? I'm not positive, but I think because you've been borrowing money, it's a full audit. And your budget has gone over $1 million for more than 2 years, so the state requires you to have the audits. But, yeah,
and at this point in time, I would want a full audit regardless.
well, okay, and I'm not knocking that. Do you want a full audit for all 3 years that haven't been done? Do you want as limited as possible for 2 years and a full audit for this year? I mean, those are all things that are gonna make a difference in our request, and when you talk to people. Just know that state for a full audit is probably gonna cost you $30,000.
It could cost $50,000 would be.
A
It
year?
could, but I didn't
Per
want,
year, yes, per
I,
year.
I didn't wanna get that high.
It's okay, it's okay, it's what it is.
And so, you know, if we can get by with an exam, you're looking more at 10 to 12,000. All depends on what you want.
Where we're at right now, my suggestion to you guys would be full audits for those 3 years. I know it's gonna cost some money, but we need to know exactly what has happened and where we're sitting. And the only way you're gonna get that is on a full audit.
I'll say just from some people who have reached out interested in our positions that we have or are going to have coming open, the number one concern has been that they don't want to pursue this position because they don't want something to surface later on and then be the one in that position at that time. So they wanted us to pretty much be able to have a third party come in, completely say, hey, the slate's clean, we've got everything, we've marked it, we know going forward, you're not liable for anything that happened previously. So that is maybe something to keep in mind, that yes, it costs money, but it also, and us not doing so, may limit the people that are interested in taking these
Well, and I
positions forward.
think that if we, sign a contract with someone to do or hire someone to do the city clerk position, that should be something that they should know that they will not be held, liable in any way, shape, or form for what happened previously. That needs to be written down.
And no auditor's gonna hold them
No,
for something.
no, no, they won't, but, there's still, that's
Public
still in the back of
perception.
their mind. You know, it's still a consideration. I feel that I wouldn't want hanging over me either. I would wanna know that, I'd be taken care of.
And no matter who you get, those audits, I don't think, from working with other cities, that they'll be done until next year.
Oh, no, they won't.
And
No,
so, you know, that,
no.
So moving forward to put out an RFP, what is our first step? What do we need to do?
well, decide then, do you want exams or a full audit? And most auditing firms want a contract, and usually the state says not more than 3 years. So,
So would our contract be to literally just get the past moving forward, and then if they do a good job, then we can reinitiate the contract for 3 more years after that? Like right now, we're just basically looking for 3 years prior. It's like a retroactive contract.
Right, right.
yeah,
Right.
and I don't know how that works. I can call the state auditor's office and find out, but, yeah.
So, silly question, John, what's the difference between an exam and an audit? What's a,
An exam, they look at a lot less things. They can still kind of determine if they think there's been fraud. But they just don't get into it in depth. And that's what the majority of cities do, is just an exam, just because of the cost, which is also the other reason most auditors don't wanna do it, because they still have to do X amount of work, but not get paid for it.
I mean, it's entirely up to you guys, but my recommendation from the experience that I have, a full audit for the historical stuff, we're all gonna feel better in the long run. I'm gonna be able to sleep at night if we do it full.
well, and I think just hearing, you know, from a few community members over the last, you know, couple of years that I've been hanging in town, if we can call it that. Maybe I'm misspeaking, but I think that would be, supported, because they too, our community wants to know that things are, where things are okay and how to move forward, and we only have so much expertise, not you, John, at this table, and, you know, so.
Right, right, and, yes, the full might cost a little more, but it will save us in the long run. You know, we're gonna get our hands slapped regardless for certain things that, I know not done the way they should have been done. they're gonna say, shouldn't have done that way. This is how you do it. Well, to me, that's the plus, is they will tell us, this is how you need to do it in the future.
Well, and again, besides having all the information you need, that's, to me, the best way to support a new, city
Clerk.
administrator and clerk. I just think that that's so important for them to have success in that job.
Yep.
And, so,
I think nothing's gonna be decided tonight,
No,
but I think if we have that understanding that this is something we're interested in, we can maybe see if individuals around us are interested, and then if so, we can decide really what we want, nail it down, and put out the RFP process and start it. That's probably the way we need to.
Next agenda.
yeah. Okay, let's move on. New business. Water spray sewer connection?
so I was, helping out in the office this last week, and, Justin, you can help with this. Do you wanna just move ahead with this conversation?
Yeah, so there's no sewer line from the main to the, where they need to connect. Or my understanding was Lusk was supposed to dig it in, but they're busy. So there's no sewer at the minute, they want it within the next, between this week and next week, so they can hook it up.
So what does that mean? Does that mean you guys have to do it?
We can,
And when we talked, you guys, I think it said to me that, you know what, it would be doable for us to do that. And then Dave, you had mentioned about maybe getting a quote for the piece or something to me?
for the pipe.
No, you didn't remember?
For what?
For that connection piece or something?
I've already ordered everything.
Perfect.
I thought I was gonna do it.
Awesome.
And, okay,
But are you
Done
talking
deal.
about sewer or are you talking about water?
Both, I'm gonna do both.
Yeah.
He's gonna dig sewer and we're gonna help put it in.
Good, perfect.
No, everything's ordered, it should be
Okay.
here, and we'll get it done as soon as we can.
Okay,
Or
awesome.
I think just for the general understanding, when we talked more about like the grant and Helen's ideas and stuff like that, it was, and Janan informed me, because I didn't know, but like the city should realistically be involved in every like water connection that is established, so this should have been kind of something that maybe we had a little more part in anyway going forward, that anytime you're connecting up, am I at least
Yeah.
wording that correctly?
So Dave, when a new house is built, who makes sure that the meter goes in correctly, and do you, or,
Well, a lot of times the plumber will do it,
okay,
which I trust those.
but they, I'm asking this question, they have to have a licensed plumber, they can't just.
Right, not just the
Okay,
homeowner, it's a
and
plumber
Does
that
the
does it.
city do something to make sure that there is a licensed plumber doing it, that it's hooked up correctly?
No,
Okay. And do we charge citizens for new meters when a new house is being built? Do we charge?
no, they should be, but we just do if they have an outside water meter. If they buy the extra meter,
Yeah, the garden meter.
but they should be charged.
There's a charge on the building permit. I don't know if it covers it.
Well, I don't know if it's getting charged,
I've seen them on some of the new for Prairie States.
Basically for a new house, it's.
so they're charging the new homeowners for
Yes.
these meters?
Is it
But I
$750?
don't know if it's covered, I don't know what it covers. It's just the charge that's
How
on
much
the
is it?
building permit.
$750.
How
How much is a meter?
I don't think it's 750,
Yeah,
that's not what it's
it's-
on.
yeah. It's about a total of $740 for building permit and the electrical and the sewer and so.
Yeah, it's like $350 for a meter, so.
That maybe needs to be added? I mean, is that something that can
That's
be added?
all of that needs to be
Re-gone over?
gone over. Which is basically
Yeah, that makes sense.
what it was and I just continue doing it.
No,
So, for the purpose of this item, I'll make a motion to, approve the city, to establish that, oh, go ahead.
So, just for billing wise, so the city's buying the pipe, are we moving that to, out of the fund for the splash pad, or are we just gonna put it as a city sewer main?
Is there
weren't they gonna pay for that? The Hudson's crew gonna pay for that to be hooked up?
so that's where it gets gray, right? Is that,
Yeah.
the contract states that they were to cover all costs for that and getting it situated, before opening. But then if we, I mean, I had that discussion with John about the water specifically about a different project and saying that the city should really be the one that's in charge of connecting to our mains. It's like, what do we wanna do here?
Or overseeing the connection,
At
Yeah.
least overseen,
Well,
yes.
Cause you wanna be sure it's hooked up.
yes.
Correct.
You're not saying it's the city's responsibility to get it done.
For-
It's the
for a
city's
new
responsibility to
homeowner,
make
no.
sure it's done right.
Right.
But if
Be involved is what I should.
Yes.
If Hudson's crew, though, was going to pay for that, can they still pay for that? That equipment,
I would assume.
at least the equipment, you know, they don't necessarily, the labor is our guys. But if they would pay for, everything he's got ordered that's going to be used, that would be extremely helpful.
I think that's reasonable. We also, I mean, legally we have to like abide by our contract, and the contract verbiage says that they are responsible for costs incurred up until
Right.
purchase or gift is turned over, so, I would hope that that would be a willing compromise.
They would get by cheaper, I would think.
Yeah.
You know, cause
As
they're
long
not
as you
gonna have
guys
to pay
feel
left, they're gonna.
comfortable taking the time to do it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me and Dave already talked about it, and Dave and all day.
Did you wanna ask about the sidewalk, or did you guys make a decision?
I'll save it, we'll be able to save the sidewalk.
Okay, so you're good. Okay, so
Perfect.
Alright, so I'll make my motion to, have the city employees assist with establishing that sewer connection with the understanding that the bills for materials will be sent to Hudson's crew to cover.
Second? Wes, Nicole and Wes. All in favor? Motion carried.
And then who's gonna connect with Jessica on the, I'd be more than happy to do that, but, okay.
Done deal. Alright, discuss and possible action regarding air conditioning unit at the water treatment plant. What do we got going there?
So it's 20 years old,
What is it? Is it
so it's electric heat pump. And
it is a heat pump?
air conditioner. I think the 10,000 is to replace the whole unit. Is what you got the deals in front of you?
I've laid it in copies for
And
everybody.
which where's
Oh boy.
Water plant.
You
Water
didn't
plant.
lay it in front of me, did you?
Yep, I did.
Yeah, you would, because.
Here.
Okay.
So I think there was one for 8,600 to kind of fix up what we have with a new AC unit and use our
Set,
ductwork, but I think the other one is to replace the whole thing.
there's another set.
And it's 20 years old.
I didn't realize they were.
Set. Well, that would be Grover's, but it's not here.
all the service?
Yeah.
They're not the same, nope, they're,
One's 10 and one's 86.
I just mean all ours
The-
are the same.
heat pump and the condenser. So, looks to me,
Ours are all the same.
Yeah.
okay, let me see what we got here.
One, the total should be 10,000, and the other one, the total should be 8,600.
Right,
All ours
so
are-
who's got, who needs a 10 yet? What do you got?
We're good.
You're good, and you all
We have plenty of.
just have 10s. Okay, let me go make
The only difference on the 86 is there's a
Let me get your copy.
there's like an answer for a cost of 2,800.
Two copies.
Otherwise, it's literally they're all the same numbers.
So basically, they'll know if they need a condenser once they start the project, or do you?
Yeah, they do need the condenser, that's what's junk in it.
So
Yeah, I think the 10,001 is probably the one you're gonna end up coming
It's,
up with.
That's the original one, you have that different issue to project this year, or we're gonna go with the new?
I asked David if we could wait until July 1, and he said, I kinda need it now.
It's not for me to sit in there, that's not the deal, it's for the electric equipment's
I
gotta
know,
stay
but
cool in there
The
and keep the
chances
humidity
of
out.
us having to pay for it this year,
They'll probably, by the time we even order it, it might not even be here for.
Yeah,
right, it's gonna be after July 1st.
Yeah, they'll
before
even
we pay
put-
for it anyway,
yeah.
so I don't think we need to get too excited about paying for it. But it's a matter of you guys need to decide, 10,000 or 8,600. And I think you're right, it's probably with a heat pump,
Just replace the whole thing.
yes. It's more advantageous to do that. So,
so the 10,000 is replacing it with a heat pump. The 8,000 is just replacing it with other bulb.
just the condenser,
Is this 8,000 even a heat pump, or is it just a heat?
I think it's just the AC part,
yeah, I think it's.
I didn't
just-
get a chance to look at them real good, but.
Cause it isn't the heat.
So he could put just electric strips in and then eliminate the heat pump part, which actually is what's saving you money. So,
Is it worth,
then you just turn into electric heat and it's,
is it worth putting a heat pump back in, or do
that's up to you guys. That's what I would do, but
you would?
Okay.
that's how you're gonna save the money.
I'll make a motion to approve the $10,000 quote to repair the air conditioning unit at the water treatment plant.
I'll second that.
Nicole and Cody. All in favor? Motion carried. All right, now I know we've got a couple of people here who wanna help us discuss possible action regarding the armory lease with Midwest Custom Ag.
So, when we started working on whether or not
Do you wanna say your name first?
sorry, I'm Amanda, and this is Mike with Midwest Custom Ag Aviation. Andy is on vacation, so I'm just kind of filling in for him.
Okay.
He's the operations manager over at the Pocahontas Airport for our locations there. When we started this with Laura, what came about was they asked if we'd ever be interested in leasing it. And so we did a walkthrough, and I said, yeah, so we send a lot of people other towns for hotel stays. This would be great. There's individual rooms and bathrooms that we could have them in. I said, what about the water? And she's like, oh, it's good. We're gonna replace everything in the roof as well. Okay, and they weren't gonna replace all the plumbing, but it had worked prior. I guess I should have asked how long was prior when I spoke to her and Richard, I think it was, at the mayor at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so we agreed on $2,200 a month. That started in November, as long as the water could be turned on. And my understanding is that's not an option, nor is the sewer. It's,
Well, it would take like an outside agency to come in and get the water turned on and make sure everything's running how it's supposed to be.
because of it being a boiler system, and there's a computer, I don't know how old it is, I don't know who did it, we don't even know where to go with it. So at this point, I guess what we're asking is to rewrite that lease, that this is just a dry storage area that we can still, we're still interested, but not the way that we were prior. And so just to rewrite that lease on that, we can't use it as we intended.
It's not the value that we thought it was at the time.
Because we can't a lot of times we have like H2A workers that come over because we're seasonal, or we have people, I mean, when you hire seasonal people, you have to look outside the area sometimes, and so that's where we were at with it, because we spend so much on hotels and to keep them in the community so that they were eating here and doing all the things here. Well, we can't do that now, so just to relook at that lease, and I'm happy I still have it. I can print it out if no one knows where it's at or anything. We can do whatever, but just to rediscuss that lease.
If you would send it to at least me.
Yep.
And I can get it out to the rest of us, or however you wanna do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a copy of that, because us trying to find it is probably gonna be
Sure.
more difficult than it sounds.
Have you guys had anybody in there to look to see?
Uh,
Have you guys been told it's not possible?
I was told $200,000 to $250,000 to get things working in there.
and we
Water
just
and
aren't.
Water, sewer, and I don't know if that included heating and air conditioning. I mean, they're not gonna wanna be in there without,
What about
Yep.
electric too?
the electric's probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in and turned the lights on and
That's all
looked
works.
at it, and it is very clean. The roof was replaced. I don't see like rain leaks or anything like that. So it wasn't that it was.
I understand probably what the sewer is, but it's just the boiler and all that, it's, what, if you would be, if it could be done, if you would be still interested in doing your original plans.
I don't know that I could
Or
get
your
that approved for that, because at that point we would probably look at just buying a house in town and housing them in town. Yeah.
So you're just cold storage. and
Yes.
just-
And then while I'm here, just because I tried to address a couple other things, if it's okay that I talk about so we had three hangars and like a small mobile office. Well, we built a more permanent office and another new hangar. Gary, I had talked to I don't know if Gary's taken back over the airport or not, but Gary and he had called me up one day because we bought a hangar from him a few years back and said, are you paying electricity on these? And I was like, well, yeah, I think so. And so I sent Laura the last 6 months and said, please look at these. I don't know if we're paying electricity or not. We're not paying electricity on the little office area, and I've asked a couple times, like, what's the back pay? What do we need to do to move forward? Because I want to make sure that we paid a lease every year for the spots that we do have. And I know Gary and I agreed upon one, and I think I just sent this last month a check for that, because it hadn't been paid, because I didn't know what were you charging per square footage? Does that increase? So basically for the last 3 years, I paid off of an invoice that I got 3 years ago just so I could pay something. So I just want to make sure that you guys are getting what you need to have from us there and how you want to do it. We also looked into, would it be in our best interest, in your best interest, do we just get our own meters, or do we continue to pay how we have been? And we're okay either way. I just wanted to discuss that.
That's not on city electricity.
That's not cities, no. That's,
Is
is it
that-
Iowa Lake? Who does it? Iowa Lakes?
Iowa Lakes.
Or is it
Our
Cornwall?
bill
could be
comes
Corn
from
Belt,
the
I don't
city of
know.
Pocahontas.
Your bills are from this,
But
for electric?
yes,
Yes.
but I think the Iowa Lakes bill comes here
Yes,
They redistribute,
and
yeah, for the
and then
airport.
send it out.
For that area, I
but
guess.
everything's not sub-metered.
No.
So there's just, I think there's a few meters out there. and the
Didn't-
city pays
Didn't they
for all.
install?
We switched the meter so the back shed is separate from the main, on that, I'm not talking to your guys' stuff,
Yep.
but on that
Yep.
armory,
The armory and the back shed are separate now.
yes.
But I think out there on some of those hangars, they're just all on one.
That's just up to however they split it up. Out there is the airport
Yeah.
board.
Yes.
Okay.
So do I need to get on their agenda? Is that what you're saying? Because somebody's paying for our electricity.
Are they one of the accounts, and maybe this is a dumb question with how it's structured, are they one of the accounts sitting
Do
in
you
new
know,
customer
Derek,
stuff?
are they one of the accounts that we're, the 160 some that
Top of my head, no, I don't think so.
We get 2 bills, but I think these come from Black Hills, so that would be gas.
That's gas.
But I can't remember if it's the Heinz Center or if it's the Armory that bills $170 every month for it. One of them gets $170 every month. They never read a meter.
For just bills, 170? Is that what you're saying?
For that particular building.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll have to look it up because you only get 10 bills from that. I don't remember if it's the Armory or if it's the Heinz Center, but they pay $170 a month to Black Hills. And
But that's
I thought,
gas.
yeah, and I thought the only thing that we got from Iowa, is it Westlake?
Iowa Lakes
Iowa Lakes is for the garbage, the shop.
No, only thing should be
So
the
you're
airport.
only airport electricity.
I don't think I get one.
Would that go to the
I
airport?
was gonna say maybe the airport brings it in.
And then,
Well, I'll have to look, I don't remember paying it. But
I know I've heard that, and I know I've seen an Iowa Lakes bill, but I don't know, I'm not gonna say 100% that I know
I
what it was for.
talked to the airport. I talked to Gary or somebody on the board, just to get a little better idea how things are done.
He doesn't know. I tried to work with him first. And so he was trying to bring it up here, and so I think it comes here, as far as I know,
Comes here,
because
yes.
Gary and I tried to work through it.
Did you guys get billed, say, do you have water, sewer?
Yep, we have water comes from City of Pocahontas on its own,
Okay.
and then the electric bill comes from the City of Pocahontas on another.
Okay.
And I can leave my card too, and then if you guys wanna check into it and get back with me, and then
Email address. City of Pokey, POKYIA.org.
okay, perfect. Okay, I can send that over.
Does anybody else want a picture of this, at least I'll send it, I can send it to.
Do they charge you guys sewer on your bill?
I can tell you.
Because there's tanks that will pump out, so I don't.
Yeah, but you still got charged to pump them, right?
Well, no, if they're paying it on their city bill, they
Oh,
should be
okay.
charged to pump them,
Start paying them.
so they're double paying.
That makes up for the electricity.
I'll take that trade.
Sorry.
No, it's gonna be something we'll need to dig into further, I think.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be one that's gonna be.
So I know in past, we used to get a bill and then they'd separate it out for the airport. So it'd be like one big bill and then they had a way they were distributing it.
Okay. I take that back. I get something from Iowa Lakes Electric. But there's not a meter on that office. Let me look at that again on what I sent her. I know that we're getting free electric.
It's good.
Well, we're gonna put a stop to that.
Which you're probably not using much.
No.
For most of the year.
Most of the year, no, but like from now until October, it's gonna be on a lot.
Yeah.
And so we get, does EL stand for the electric? Is that-
Electricity, yeah.
Yeah, so we do get it from, I'm sorry, the city of Pocahontas, cause the new hangar that we built is Iowa Lakes already.
You got a meter
The
on
rest of it is through here, and so they give us 2 electric readings, and then our water. Yes, 2 electric readings, and then our water, and then just the taxes, and that's it.
Are they
So there isn't no sewer.
So the 2
charging you
buildings is,
just a straight amount, or is it?
so this says, like the one says 788, and then the previous reading was 662, so they're getting that somewhere. And then 2425 for the other building, and then previous was 2378. So
Are the totals like from bill to bill
yes.
consistent, like the same
This-
charge?
No, they
They vary.
change, they vary. So there might, like, so on the, we call it our pilot hangar that we bought from Gary, that had a meter on it, I believe. And then our other hangar that we call our mixing hangar, that's like in the front of that office has one. But the office does not have one, and then we also have like a little chemical shed thing there that doesn't have one.
So what do we need to do?
We need to dig in on our side of things and figure out exactly where this is coming.
Yeah,
I
think
take
we
that
can-
back, those numbers might be the same each month. I will include those bills on my email, so you can look at them, because it does look like they're the same.
It does, or it doesn't?
It does look like each
It
month
does
the
look like
number's
it's
the same.
Okay.
We'll have to follow up on
So you think every month it's the same number?
I just found one that wasn't, so, let me
Well,
get like the last 6 months,
Sure.
we'll look at that, and then I'll include that in the email.
Email that to me and then I'll send it out, but I'll try and do some, research on our end.
We should be able to look it up in the morning.
I'm gonna need, probably Derek and John's help to do that, because I don't know where anything is at here, but I will try
To a few other
to,
people that would know what goes on out there.
yeah.
Greg Fritz probably have an idea of what was done in the past, but
Thank you for your transparency.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, we wanna make sure, we love being there, and everyone that has been there, and it's been great. The billing just changed,
Yeah.
so,
I think that would be an awesome place for you guys to be.
yes. Yep, we love it, we hope it works out, and says, like, especially with the armory on just like the storage part of it, and then getting the electricity straightened out, so.
Cause we want to keep you.
Yes, we wanna stay.
So really, the only action we're doing on that is just more research. Is that correct? Do we need to table it? Do we need to?
just say your lease, what are you thinking?
That's what I was thinking too.
So right now, we're currently paying $2,200 a month,
Mm-hmm.
and for us to, it made sense to us year round when we looked at how much we spent in hotel and everything, that made sense. You know, where can we keep this money within the city? And now that number doesn't make sense, so I guess really we can use the parking lot and like the garage area that's right attached to it for that. Other than that, there really isn't much use for it on our end. So I guess if you want us to, step that out square footage wise, what does that look like? We can do that. I can go back and ask my higher ups what that number, what are they comfortable with spending? I can do that as well.
That sounds good. Do you want a motion to table?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to table the items related to the armory lease with Midwest Custom Ag until we get some more information.
Second?
I'll say, go ahead, Wes.
Wes and Nicole and Wes. All in favor? Motion carried. All right.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you
You're
very,
welcome.
very
Thank you.
much.
Well, I'll get these right away.
Okay, next I have discuss and approve street closure request for Express block party on July 17th. I'm assuming that's kind of a,
I think Jordan called up, you're right, look into it, block this off, this is something that's been done for a few years now.
yes.
Yeah.
Um,
And before it was like attached to, what, Heritage Days was attached to something.
Yeah.
But this time it's not attached to.
it was, they were gonna start setting up at noon that day,
Mm-hmm.
and then they'll tear down that night too, so.
Yeah,
half a day.
and that's basically, was that a contract that, or was that just notes?
I just put a picture so everybody
Yeah.
can visualize what's happening. It's everything, I mean, they've done it, it's the same thing that they've done in the past.
And I've set it up for 5 years now, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, we drop them off, we do the same, like I said, the guys help me get the cones up there, and then we usually go out and shut it down. And
Yeah.
Same as same.
And
So that sounds okay, Alex.
Yeah, oh, absolutely,
Yeah, okay.
100%.
They draw a lot of people.
Oh yeah, it's quite the shindig. The sad part, so the bad thing is that it sounded like, I was talking to Parker today, cause we're gonna need to shut the course streets down for this weekend, but, you know, if they had already had their entertainment lined up for this, so that's why it's not synced up with Heritage Day. So,
I'll make a motion to approve the street closure for the next block party on July 17th.
I'll second it.
Second by Kim. All in favor? Passed. Next is resolution authorizing execution of a warranty deed to Scott and Mary Reeves. This is a ball that's been dropped for a great number of years, and this needs to be taken care of. I think, go ahead.
To sum up, I chatted with Ryan a little bit, cause a lot of this was a little bit over my head, just cause there's so many different pieces of information to look at. It seems like in summary, that little corner plot that is highlighted on the beacon picture there, that's right next to Scott and Mary's house, just kind of fell through the cracks along the way. And so in 1992, it looked like they came in and paid $100 to get a warranty deed from the city so that their name could be on that plot of, or well, Shannon's, when they were owning the house, could be on that plot of land. And then when they went and sold the house to Reeves's, it was kind of understood that that land was also theirs already, but that step to actually get it converted over there, and I don't know what the word is, conveyed, I guess, never actually went. So we need to get a warranty deed written up that honors what was supposed to be done in 1992, so that Scott and Mary can go get it conveyed and get their name on that parcel of land in the county.
And I think that needs to be done desperately.
Is that something that was done once and maybe was never recorded?
Correct, that's what it looks like to me, and that's what
Do we
Brian had said.
To have a public hearing on selling land?
I think this was done so many years ago that we are basically just updating what was done.
My understanding is that technically it was sold in 1992. We're not selling it, we're not getting any money for it because it was already sold. The paperwork was just never officially filed and recorded. So the public hearing isn't needed in this situation because we're not going to be getting any money from it. Also, it's not city property right now. So if you look on Beacon, it's not owned by the city, it's just not owned by anyone. So we're not selling anything because we don't own it. It just was never done. Process.
So then just doesn't the original stuff need just go to the courthouse and be recorded?
That's pretty much, we just need to type up the warranty deed, or we need to get the warranty deed so they can take it to the county. That part was just never, like the warranty deed was either just never got given to them to do that, or they just never made it all the way up there. And since Shannon's are no longer able to be contacted to see if they have possession of that to put it up there, we kind of just need to write up a new one and get it done. Was what Brian had released in my limited understanding of those.
We can just start that in the middle of the process again and we're good.
Well, since there will be no money exchanging any hands other than who's going to pay the recording fee, which technically would be on Reeves, but it should have been on Shannon's to have done the recording.
No money given, exchange of hands, you're giving it away now.
Well, we can't even
I
give it away because it's not ours to give have to, I mean, I guess I see this as a thing that the city basically didn't fulfill their end of the contract when that money was given to them the first time. And so realistically, I would say that we just need to produce the warranty deed to get them.
This is the same thing that happened with the property over there, the trees got cut down on. Well, it was the homeowner's, the buyer's responsibility to get it to the courthouse, it wasn't the city's, that's why it never got recorded. So, I mean.
But it would have been the city's responsibility to give them the deed to go get recorded, and we, again, either didn't do that, or we did that and they just never put it up there, but regardless, that warranty deed doesn't exist now, so we have to give them the warranty deed so they can take it.
Yes, but so what I'm saying is, so we're basically starting the process over again, can we just get that property or sell that property without going through the steps to start over?
I don't think you can start back at square one, because it's in this limbo period where we don't own it to sell it.
Nobody owns it, but the ball was dropped all those years ago by whomever, doesn't matter,
Yeah.
and we just need to pick it up and finish it.
So who's Ryan?
That's our city attorney from up there.
I'd let him do the warranty deed and
And that's what, yeah, he
be
said,
done with it.
yep.
Yeah, and just, heck, I'll be the recording.
No, that's, I'm fine, that's fine, I just make sure we're doing it the right way.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
And
But I think
if he
that-
says this is okay, he's the one who's gonna defend you in court if it ever goes there.
I don't think it will, because of
No,
where
I
that
don't-
little
I
piece of property is at,
I know, yeah, but
and what it is, but
I think I'd just have him do it so that
I
you
know,
so you got the word.
I forgot about that one.
But and I think that last one was a little different because that parcel was actively owned by the city, if I'm remembering. Well, let me rephrase. A part of that parcel was owned by the city, and where the line was a little bit blurred from understanding from what I had known of the situation. But like this plan, and this, it might come up a little bit more often because right now the county is doing a lot of merging of plots, and may find out that people who thought they owned a plot maybe didn't, or the paperwork wasn't completely finalized as they start to merge those things together. So, yeah, again, it's just, we just need to get someone's name on it so we can get taxes collected off that plot too.
Yeah, yeah.
Not that it's gonna be much for much, stuff
No.
like that, but we need to at least honor that.
Every dollar is every dollar.
So that was Ryan's recommendation, was to sign this resolution,
So that
And
he
what?
can
write up the warranty
do up the
deed.
warranty deed to get that taken care of. Okay, so,
So he thought you needed a resolution to do that? Okay.
And this is what, he typed this one up. We added the first sentence basically that said that there was payment received in 1992 for that purchase already.
so we need a motion to sign resolution 24, 2026.
I make a motion to, sign resolution 24, 2026.
We need a second. Wes? I'm gonna do, roll call. Harrison?
Aye.
Klein?
Aye.
DeWall? Van Dam?
Aye.
Alrighty. Alright, moving on. Discuss and approve replacement appointment of a council representative to the revolving loan fund committee.
to do that.
Do you wanna take Dewey's
Sure,
spot,
I can
Kim?
do that.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to, appoint Kim as the second council representative for the revolving loan fund.
Second that motion.
Nicole and Cody, all in favor? Motion carried. Discussion and possible action regarding Itron meter issues. Meters are not necessarily reading at all or reading incorrectly. Our contract expires December of '26. More information to discuss addressing these issues. Electric bills under winter incentivization have been sent out incorrectly this month, and I think at other times will be corrected next month. Citizens who are concerned about an increased bill next month are encouraged to contact City Hall and can pay towards the anticipated increased bill. Have you got anything to add to that?
Cody and I talked to, Jeff, I'm sorry, I don't know his last name, but with Itron meters. There,
Derek.
I mean,
Geez,
talk about
sorry.
yours, huh? No, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Okay.
There is a report at the end of the meter reading that's on the tablet that says, hey, these meters didn't read. And nobody's going back and rereading them.
That's interesting.
And what Jeff said was that while the meter reader is out, when he gets these, he needs to go back to the house. And maybe that meter is clear down in the basement and the signal isn't strong enough to come up, but to go back to the house, see if driving by it puts a reading in. If not, he may have to get out and walk up to the house. And
Who's doing that? Who's doing our meter reading?
At one time it was like Keisha, I don't think that's the case anymore, I think it's.
At one time it was Scott Reeves.
It was Scott?
Yeah.
Scott was the initial one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
but
it
they
switched.
had somebody doing it the last couple of months,
Is
and
it?
so I didn't know if it was lack of training for that person.
Probably.
They took the car out, so
And-
usually they take the car out.
Yeah.
So there's some training involved, not only with the meter reader, but the person who sends it into the computer.
What does the Powers kid do?
Dalton?
The Powers kid, Nick?
No, you're talking about the part-time employee right now? Is that what you're asking about?
No, who actually runs around reading meters?
No, city employee.
Yes,
It is a city employee,
Yeah, it's a city
okay.
employee.
Used way back, it was Jeff Davis.
Yes.
And then Scott Reeves, and then once they finally got it working again, then it went, and I think Kyle and Keisha had done it, and then technically it's supposed to be your utility billing person is also the one that goes around, puts the antenna on the car and does their thing. Now, I haven't seen the car move in some time, so I
Yeah,
don't know.
I know it's been a city truck that's been coming by.
So, unless it's the Clint or, Colby. That's the only
That
ones
doesn't
left that
sound
I can think of.
Otherwise it's Dave, Kevin,
No, it was,
Does it read the electric meters at the same
Huh?
as it?
we put the antenna on the garbage truck and get it.
but
Shouldn't.
Shouldn't she do it?
We have one, yeah, we have
No,
one
I
meeting
do it,
system.
I wouldn't care.
you know, there are reports coming out of the tablet, there are reports coming out of G-Works that tells you that there's zero consumption or there was no meter reading. It's a matter of everybody learning how to read those.
Yeah, yeah.
Because Keisha and I got in because I was having her work with abandoned houses, and so she gave me all the zero usage. So that's where I got involved, and I remember when she was going out and doing, and then that's the last time I had seen that
Yeah.
type of, that she was checking, because then she would ask me, is there someone living in the house? And so sometimes I would check, sometimes I would,
But,
do.
So does does that need to fall to Derek?
I don't know, and and I don't know how long it takes, whether that's an hour or 3 hours. So do you want him out of the office that long?
Well, right now, no, but,
I think we need to continue with what we've been doing in the interim with the understanding that that responsibility will eventually go back to Derek once we have the staff to be able to support that.
right,
And
right.
so, and then the other thing you wanna make sure of, I would think, is that he would drive the city car.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, not his personal car, you'd wanna be
Right.
sure of that, so, but yeah,
Just
I won't guarantee that the bills will be totally correct July 1, but Kim and I are gonna give it our best shot, because we're going to be doing it.
I don't think it's such a bad idea though, to have at least one other employee know how it works because of
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
the impossible possibility that something could happen.
Yeah, so we'll see how it goes. And the thing with the winter incentive, Derek did not know that he had to put that code into the tablet. He thought all he had to do was put electric in.
Sure.
Well, you had to put both codes in or it wouldn't read the second one. You know, if you've not done it,
Right, you gotta learn somehow.
so.
So,
We
John,
won't-
when do you expect those conversions to be done from the winter to the?
Well,
Is that-
that's something you guys will have to talk about when you do the rates.
Oh,
Here in a-
okay.
I'll just wait and
Perfect.
give you something on that when we get there.
Perfect.
So, I don't know that it's Itron. I mean, I'm not telling you the issue isn't Itron, but I think until we work it out with our employees, that,
We're doing our incorrect before we.
and I've worked with Itron with other cities for years, and they're good.
Yeah, and I have to, that's it, I've worked with Itron many years, linking systems and stuff like that, and I worked a little bit on this when there was a piece or something that was broken, and so I helped get that fixed, so. Yeah, I would have a hard time, I mean, Itron does a good job, so.
So, but you also did say our contract expires this end of the year.
That was my next question too, cause during budget workshop, we mentioned that there was gonna be a big project that we had to like potentially replace all meters. That was gonna be what, 40, is that right? If anyone remembers, 40,000, 35,000, something like that?
I remember 40.
That's totally off the top of my head. I don't know.
I just.
I've lived a lot of lives.
What are our options through Itron to continue with them or?
I would, and especially because you're gonna be switching software sometime in the near future. I would just stay with Itron, because anybody else that comes in, it's gonna cost you
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah. To change over.
Yeah, and
And if it is a training issue, that's easy to fix.
Yeah.
so we'll see what happens this time.
I just reiterate, as far as electric bills, for sure this month, the people that have recognized that they're lower than normal know that next month will probably be higher than normal, and so if anyone is, if there's a citizen concerned about that coming out as a lump sum and would rather choose to put some money towards that in anticipation that their bill would be higher, that they can come do so, at City Hall.
Do we need to do any action on that? I don't think so. Okay, moving on. Discussion and possible action regarding utility rates and potential rate adjustments.
Is that this 10, 14 pages?
And
And
all
I'm-
your different rate
yeah.
tables.
Did not happily pass that along here.
Then I printed off a report, I think Saturday, for Kim and Nicole and Christy when they were in here. Your garbage, we'll start with garbage. Your garbage has lost this year, from July to June, you're not charging enough on your rates. And I think it was Laura that told me that they hadn't been raised since '98, and I'm not sure if that's a true statement or not, but my understanding is garbage rates have not increased in a long time.
Yeah, so just for clarification, kind of like what we discussed, the past 2 budget years, it was recommended that the council, increase the rate. And so, obviously I wasn't here 2 years ago, but last year when I sat with the person that prepared the budget for that council, was on Zoom and mentioned that the rate at that time was like a 25 cent or 50 cent, something along those lines increase. And that was not enacted in fiscal year of 25, right?
Or 26.
So that would have been 25, and so for 26, he was recommending, like, it was like double that, so it was either 50 cents or $1. And the council said that they agreed that that rate should happen. My understanding is that rate still never went into effect that last fiscal year. So there might be some understanding out there that, like, rates have been increased the past 2 years, but those rates actually haven't been implemented. It was just suggested and also approved that it should have been, it just was never done. And so, I wanna make sure that information is out there and is transparent, so that there's not any kind of information misconstrued.
And I kind of feel like I'm in the middle of this. I believe that the garbage now has to be taken to a different landfill than it was.
Well, yeah, it just goes out to the transfer station 3 miles west of here, and then it gets trucked from there to Grettinger on Highway 9 there.
And it used to go to Storm Lake or?
No, recycling goes to Storm
Recycling
Lake.
did. Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
And basically, we just pay what they charge us, we are part of it.
Yeah, per ton, I suppose, yeah.
Their bill goes up, our bill goes up.
But we're not passing that on to the,
As of right now, yeah, we haven't been passing that. I think it's a big discussion that you need to have, and I think this for everything. I mean, we're having the discussion for RPGI, like, it's something that we need to do a little more research on and just not accept the fact that, like, we have this supplier and the cost is going up. We need to do a little more research. Is there other ways to get garbage out of this town other than what we are currently doing, and does that make sense financially to entertain those options? And I don't think we've done enough research on our end to be able to answer that question. I don't think it's fair to look at our current setup and just say, well, they're charging more, so you guys have to pay more. We need to start actually looking at the options available to us and weighing if any of those other alternatives make sense.
But we also need to be breaking even, so.
Agreed.
Until that time, we do need to get our rates up until we can.
You're gonna have citizens argue you haven't broke even for 3 years now, that, you know, I don't think that's fair to do to your citizens, to say, sorry, we dropped the ball for 3 years and now our backs are up against the wall and get a rate increase in 2 days, or 2 weeks. We're not gonna do any other research.
right.
We're just gonna charge you more.
I think though, we need to implement the charges that were agreed upon by other councils. That
Oh,
need,
you're not gonna be able to backbill for 2 years.
no, I wouldn't backbill, but I think, starting from July 1st, so just throwing a date out there, that we need to increase, let's say $1, everybody's bill needs to go up by $1.
You're gonna have to write up resolutions to be able to do that.
Ordinance.
Ordinance, yeah.
And public hearing.
And get that all done before
Right,
July
right.
1st, if you wanna do that.
Well, I'm just throwing July 1st out there just as a,
No,
it's the next first.
per our
month.
code, you have to do it before July 1st.
Before July 1st, so we're screwed for this year.
As our code currently stands, unless, wait till you get it recodified, go say what you wanna say.
Codifying doesn't change our code.
But it doesn't change it, no.
I mean,
To change it, we have to
we
go
can-
through all the hoops
We
of,
can change our code.
With that was part of the understanding of our contract with the Simmering and Corey, was that we were gonna hold workshops to go ahead and address the stuff that
Needed to
needed to
be.
But
change.
even after we get our code recodified, we can change our code the next week.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
if you write,
It don't matter-
if you write up
It
the
don't matter if it's
ordinance.
getting recodified or not, if we need to change something in our code, we,
Absolutely, it's someone's gonna have to write up that ordinance to do so,
But we just.
and
have
we're
to
also paying
go through
thousands of
those
dollars
hoops.
to already have that done too.
Right.
they don't write up our ordinances.
Part of the understanding with that
Update
contract,
them. If we change an ordinance, that's on us.
correct,
They don't change anything in our code.
I understand,
Other than
can I
this.
complete my sentence? Part of our contract with them, what Laura provided to us, that we agreed to pay that dollar amount, was to hold workshops with them to address, similar to what you guys and Alex did last council, to address the issues that you have, so that we're not paying them to type up the code that we're eventually going to change anyway. So, yes, agreed, it's not on them to change that, but if we want something changed, that is part of the process that we're paying for.
Right, so if we want something changed, now's the time to do it. While Simmering and Corey is working on it. They can update it for us. They don't make the changes, but they can update it for us. That's what basically their job is.
Yeah, it's not gonna be them evaluating and saying you need to change ordinance X, Y, Z because it doesn't reflect what you want. It's on us to take
It's
that
on
initiative.
us to do that.
So that was garbage. What's after garbage?
Let's do water. There are, if you look, maybe 8 different rate tables for water. So I understand charging more, a meter charge for the customers that have the bigger meter. But everybody, I would think, should pay the same usage rate. When you redid the sewer bonds, that's what Iowa Finance Authority told you with sewer. Everybody paid the same rate. And that's the way your ordinance reads. And the rate tables are set up. But those water tables, there's residential, there's commercial, then there's city, and then there's government, and it plays heck trying to tell somebody what their water bill is gonna be.
And they're all different rates.
Well, there's 2 basic rates. One is 0.00811 and the other one is less than that. I forget what it is. But let's just take the jail, for example. It's a 3-inch meter. So I looked at the code for a 3-inch meter and figured what we should adjust their bill to, because we've been reading the run multiplier. Well, what they were given was a different rate table than what I was using. I'm assuming that I'm wrong, that they should have been getting the government one. But who decides who is government, and why should any government agency be charged less than your citizens? Why shouldn't they all be the same for the usage? I understand the meter charge because there's different size meters, not an issue. But everything else, it ought to be the same. And there shouldn't be a government rate and a city rate and a residential and a commercial. There should be residential, commercial, and then I don't care whether you call it city, government, what, because when we do sales tax reports, we have to report those different types of usages, but just 3. And it's heck reading it.
So how do we go about
Well,
changing that?
We would change the ordinance so that the usage was the same on all of them. And then, I don't know, making government just be one, what city, or I would still call it government, cause you got the school and the extension
They don't pay
service.
taxes.
No, none of them pay taxes, but the usage and the meter charge should be the same.
That's the process.
And then, I don't know, do you furnish water to anybody outside city limits? We do? In most cities, not saying right or wrong, in most cities, anybody who's outside the boundaries are charged an extra percent. Like, one of the towns that I worked with charges them another 25% on their base charge. Again, that's kind of up to you guys, but, and I don't know how many there are, and we don't do anything to show that. And as you're getting ready to do a new water project, they're gonna ask you, how many residential customers, how many commercial, how many government, and how many outside city limits. And short of going through that, we don't have any way of knowing. So we probably should have one that says out of resident or out of town charge. And I don't know, let's just say everybody's rate was 0.008 cents. Do you wanna raise that? You know, you've kinda got two options. You can raise the base charge, well, three options, base charge and the usage, just the base charge, or just the usage. So you've got three different ways that you can change your rates. And I haven't been in it long enough here to be able to tell you for sure which one I think is the best, other than get that usage the same.
But have we lost money on that one?
I think so, but I haven't done that one for sure. I needed to pull McClure out of it, and then, those bonds we just did the other day, they weren't water bonds, were they, Christie? They were GO bonds.
And water's a little different, you have water break, or you have a main break or something that you lose a bunch of water.
But why it cost you the same thing to make it?
Yep.
If I remember right, the water is losing money, the sewer is doing pretty well, and the electric, I think it was only, and I can run the reports again if you want, but I think the electric only made about $96,000. And, you know, for a whole year, that's really not good if you have some kind of a big break.
Yeah, if we need that money for
Yeah.
something, we're gonna need that money.
Yeah, so, but the water, I'm relatively sure lost money. The sewer did not. And maybe you wanna make your water rates the same as the sewer rates, because if you're going to do a new water project, they're gonna make you raise your rates. And so, do you wanna do it and make them the same as the sewer?
This is not a question that is intended to be dumb, but we know for sure that money has been put in appropriately to reflect the fact that we have lost this amount of dollars, or we have earned this amount of dollars for each rates, correct?
I would say your water, sewer, and electric are the bills are probably pretty accurate. I think they might be short some bills, because I think some things got paid out of the general fund that should have been paid out of something else.
So, do we need to, I guess there's really
change your rates, and your ordinance currently says you can't do it except at July 1. Let's change that ordinance at the same time that you change the other ones. Which, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I've never seen an ordinance that says you can only do it once a year. And you need your ordinance to say that you'll do it as needed, because in the middle of the year, that may be when you decide you're gonna do a water project or a sewer project, and they're gonna, Iowa Finance or your bonding company, whoever's gonna tell you that you gotta raise your rates. So we just came up with that in Lake City. In the middle of the year, they told Lake City they needed to raise their water and sewer rates now for the projects that were gonna be done in 27. Because otherwise you're starting way behind the ball.
Here's, I need more information to be able to even have a good discussion about this, because, you know, obviously, like what you said, we don't wanna be losing money, but at the same time, well, I mean, we need to reevaluate all the systems to ensure we're even, as a city, getting competitive rates. And we have contracts with individuals providing these services that are fulfilling their side of things as well. And so without doing like a big comprehensive study on what is the best direction for the city to move forward in all of these utilities, we're doing a disservice to our citizens by voting just to say, well, we need more money, so give it to us. We need to do our part as a city to ensure that we are also offering these services to the citizens, but also getting competitive rates, not just doing the contracts because that's how they've been done for the last decade.
Is that something that the new city clerk will be able to do? Is that something that we need the city administrator to do? And I'm just throwing that out there in that, we can't constantly be doing it all. We rely on city administrator and city clerk to help us. And we don't have anybody there right now, other than Janan is graciously helping us. But I think once we get a city clerk hired, that will help in getting some of this stuff figured out. I don't think this is an overnight project in any way, shape, or form. We're gonna be working on this for the next year, is my feeling, honestly.
Raising rates?
Not raising rates necessarily. We're gonna have to look at raising the rates that we need to raise. But I mean, doing the deep dive study and figuring out, who provides us with what, and can we get a better deal somewhere else? You know, and not that we wanna change, cause chances are we don't, but, we need to, the right thing to do is to keep checking your options. You know, the right thing to do is to keep figuring out, who provides us with what, and is there someone else that's better?
I can tell you just from knowing a little bit about your city, make sure I get the initials right, RPGI. Okay, that's who you contract with your electricity. I know there's some discussion. I've seen some emails from Craig and to you guys that maybe there's a company who would offer better rates. That's fine. I don't know that there's any company that really determines what you do for water and sewer. I mean, you have to pay a certain amount for chemicals. You have to pay, you know, most of those things are fixed, other than your bonds that are gonna keep going up. But, you know, cause you don't buy the water from some.
Right.
Yeah. and
Water isn't
so-
purchased.
Yeah, so water and sewer, they're pretty consistent with what they are. chemicals and your contract for Itron, but it would cost you $10,000 or $15,000 to change the contract with Itron, and I don't know that that's worth it, especially if we figure out that it's more operator error than anything. I understand where you're coming from. I'm just saying that for most of these things, there isn't anything you can do about it, because the garbage, that's usually a landfill, which is, I don't know whether it's private or whether it's county here. but
County.
They're determined, their rates are determined by what DNR and OSHA and all of those things say. You're gonna pay that. You don't have any option, you're gonna pay that.
Right.
And you know, you don't wanna switch to I wouldn't think you'd wanna switch to a private hauler now because you just bought the garbage truck and you're gonna be paying that off.
Right.
And I don't know that a private company would get you anywhere.
But I guess what I wanna know is, I wanna know what we've been paying, where we're going, what are the variables, what can we do, what do we need to do we need to increase the rate? If we do, we need to figure out what our process is to get that done. And if the ordinance says we can only do it July 1st, then we need to change the ordinance and figure out what all needs to be, there's a whole process.
The city belongs, I believe, and I'll double check this, belongs to Iowa Rural Water Association, and they'll come in for free because you're a member and help you decide whether your rates are good or bad and what you need to do with them.
I had no idea.
Not a lot of people do. But they will. Your engineer will help you, but they'll charge you.
Sure.
And if you, I'm usually come out within a penny per gallon of knowing what you should do.
All right, do we need to take any action on this yet? Or are we just going, do we wanna table it and do some research?
The first thing you might wanna do is just go ahead and get that ordinance changed that says you can only raise them July 1.
Yeah, well, I will figure out what the
It's
process.
easy, it's easy to do, I mean, I can crank that out, I just, like your e-scooter, I mean, that's easy to do. I just need to find it, cause that's the one that I found in the ordinance book about the annual posting, but.
They're all individual, separate chapters. So like, there's a chapter on electric rates, there's a chapter on water rates, there's a chapter on garbage rates, and all of it says like, the new, I think it says it has to be decided by June 1st, and new billing will take effect by July 1st, or at July 1st billing only, or something along those lines. I just saw one here.
I think that's under
No,
each
we can do
code.
that easy, Christine.
Okay. If you would help me, I would greatly appreciate that.
Too easy.
Like one of them, Alex, is 9211, and that's like the rate, water rate adjustment one. I also think this is gonna be a discussion that we can get into and have a little bit more information when we do our financial workshop with Janon too, because then we can look and see these funds are doing this, and this money is where is that, and without a better understanding of that, we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
So, do you want to take any action? Do you want to table it? Do you wanna, what do you wanna do?
Well, do we need to make a motion to change the ordinance? Can we do that?
So what we just do is for your next meeting, and I think you're gonna do is just kill those sections. I mean, there's no reason to have the section in there. With no section, you can change your rates at any time. It's just, they just have to be taken out.
Sure.
So, and that's
Okay.
easy, that's simple, and then I would put the emergency in there too, because don't see any reason why, so just do a single reading, be done.
Okay.
We just, I think the motion would be now to table this item until we can review and amend ordinances as necessary, further discussion down the road. Sure, that'll be my motion.
I'll second that.
Nicole and Cody. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Bank reconciliations and credit debit card usage. I know Janan wanted that in there, didn't you?
Yeah, you probably haven't had a chance to do anything with the
I
credit
have
card.
not. I have not.
Lola called and wanted to be sure that whatever change you made didn't affect the library, cause the last time a change got made, her card got canceled.
Well, I'm glad you said that. I'll make sure that when I
So-
talk to them at
Yeah,
the bank that.
That it's only the cities.
It's only the city, not library.
Yeah, so,
Just make sure they're not the same numbers.
Right.
yeah, I asked her, she didn't think they were, but
And I don't think they are either.
the last time this happened was evidently when Brandy left, and Brandy, cut up her credit card.
Sure.
So then when whoever went to the bank to get things changed, I don't know whether that person and or the bank didn't know they were tied together, but they both got, yeah,
I'll
so,
see what I can do. And if it affects the library, I will let Lola know immediately.
yeah, and
I'll
so if it's
contact
gonna
her
affect them, I
immediately.
would say 2 new cards.
Right.
Yeah, and the debit card, I don't know whether there's a use for the debit card or not. I know it got overused.
I personally don't know what the city needs a debit card for in the first place.
I'd actually venture to say that it doesn't align with our ordinance, or our resolution that that anything should be paid prior to council approval.
Well,
Right.
some things are going to be, but if we need postage,
That is allowed by the resolution.
okay,
But again, I think from a fraud protection, I think from a things shouldn't get paid until they've been approved. Those statements can easily be printed out each month for council approval. Like, I don't see a need for a debit card at all.
I don't either.
yeah, and like I said, it got way overused and,
Yes, and
I would-
I'm gonna go and talk to the banks. I'm going to go and have a chat with them to figure out, if they can tell me who's using it for what, more or less. If their statements, I'm just gonna have a chit chat.
and, shoot, now I lost my train of thought,
Sorry.
wouldn't you know?
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
I
Oh,
don't know.
make sure we have a high limit on the debit card, or not the debit,
The credit card.
Because what I was told, and I knew this wasn't quite right, but however, I was told things were put on the debit card because we had too low of a limit on the credit card and the bill didn't get paid on time. So, I understand, I said I took that with a grain of salt.
That makes some sense.
But I do wanna be sure that we have $5,000 on the credit card or
Yes.
something, because,
And a high daily limit too. Sometimes they have those individually that like,
I'd rather have the credit card, debit card.
Yeah.
that's what, yeah, but just that the credit line
Yeah.
item is high enough
Set
too.
that up.
yeah, but there were 50 debit cards each month, purchases by debit card at least.
Well, I think I will, cancel the debit cards. If the council approves that I cancel the
And
debit cards.
we figure out we really need one.
Yes, we can go
Then-
back and
then-
get one.
then you can go
That's
back
fine.
and get
I
it,
would
but-
say investigate and see
Yeah,
what's actually,
yeah. I'll talk to them.
and why they are being done.
Yeah.
don't need any action, do we need a motion on that?
I'll table it while you do more research with the bank and we can bring it to a vote later on after you get that information.
Nicole's tabling it, Wes is seconding, all in favor? Motion tabled. Alright, next, discuss and approve date for financial workshop with interim city clerk, Janan. Janan, it's more gonna be probably what you have open.
I'm gonna go get my phone.
Okay.
That's where my calendar is.
Yep.
Oh, Alex is on
Yep.
for you. So you get some steps.
So, tell me, do you want it some night after work, like at 4:30, like we do this? Do you want it, thank you. Do you want it on a Saturday? And I will let you know, I think we're gonna take 2 or 3 hours, because I wanna talk to you about CDs and moving money around, not CD money, but on the books, moving money around, and I wanna show you what the year we're just ready to end, how your finances came out. I wanna show you what is budgeted for the next year.
What's your timeline, John, for thinking?
So, I mean, it's up to you guys. It can be after July 1, it can be, the last week of June. I'm here, Kim and I are gonna take Derek's place, well, he's on vacation.
I'm on vacation too.
Oh, I guess it won't be that week.
So that wouldn't be.
What about the 27th? When do you leave?
We leave on the 28th. So the 27th is.
How early were you planning to come that week is my question.
Well, I wasn't gonna be here, oh, yeah, I will come up, I can come up Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it doesn't matter. I
Do you
can't
want
do,
it?
I can't do anything before, Friday, I'm filling in for another city clerk.
So really it's either 27th or we're talking mid-July sometime.
Yeah.
27th, 28th, or something. Sorry, Sunday.
I would prefer during the week in the afternoon.
So we have a meeting on the 6th already. So it'd be,
Anytime during the day. I just,
but, and I guess you're likely going, I mean, when you've been here for a week prior, when would be the next time you want to come back?
Well, I would guess that I'm gonna be here July 6th for the council meeting. Get bills ready and,
And then after that, when would you want to come?
well, let's see, what do I have in my mind? I can do it July 6th, 7, or 8.
Like 6 with the meeting already, I would
Yeah.
add another 3 hours.
No, I would add 3 more
And
hours.
then I'm here again the week of July 20th for your council meeting. We'll probably come up on Friday, work Saturday and Sunday to get the bills centered.
is this something we could split up into two?
Yep, we can do whatever you want.
Get everything?
You know, if you want one that just explains the budget to you and do that first, that's fine. And then we can do one later that says, okay, there's X amount of money in the bank. It's not necessarily been recorded correctly. Let's do a resolution saying that each fund is gonna have this much money in it. So, yeah. And if you don't wanna workshop on the budget, that's fine with me too. Whatever works out for all of you.
I think it's important to have one personally.
Yes. Yes.
Could we start on at 4 o'clock of the day? And that's-
4 o'clock on
I-
whatever day.
On whatever day, is
Whatever
that
day,
too early?
yeah.
Is that?
I could manage that.
Yeah, I get that, but I just.
I could be a few minutes late, so I'll do it when you guys can.
Tuesdays are hard for me too. That's.
Yeah, I also
days.
would have a kid in tow on Tuesday nights.
Yeah.
Most of the time, so.
And are we looking at, as we're looking at dates, are we looking at breaking that up into two different times, right? Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I have to go to the kitchen.
I also think I'm gonna have questions after the budget discussion that I wanna think about before we start talking more about.
And that's fine.
Do you wanna do July 8th?
I can,
Well, did you wanna do the first part, like the 24th or 25th? If she's.
whatever
I'm
works
sorry.
out for all of
Yeah,
you.
we can do that. That next week, do the budget.
If you did the 23rd, that way you're only coming up.
We can do Tuesdays, okay?
June, oh god, I'm on July, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. The 25th,
Is a Thursday.
and then she's gonna come up. Right, already?
I would probably come on Friday or Saturday,
Okay.
but I can,
We don't really wanna aim for the, oh, you're going the next week.
I'm going that next week.
So then, yeah, I guess your first,
Why don't we look at the week of July 6th, that week, maybe? To start.
like I said, I need to be home. I have a dental appointment, which I canceled for tomorrow.
Yeah, we gotta get there.
So, they
When
want
is that?
July 9th, so I could do it 6th, 7th, or 8th.
Okay.
Okay.
About the 8th.
Would the 8th work? At 4 p.m.? Do you wanna start it, or do you wanna have a meeting next week? A quick, to do the budget stuff?
Well, I don't know if, is that gonna be very friendly, Jen, for your schedule next week?
yeah, if we do the part 1 on the 25th, and then do part 2 on the 8th, we're asking John to be here 2 weeks straight, basically.
Yeah.
So,
We'll just start on the 8th.
Okay.
That makes
And
sense.
it's 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock on the 8th.
And the point of that is to kind of give an overview of the budget, correct? Is that what we're thinking?
I'll show you what is in the system for the budget and talk to you a little bit about your bonds, because that's a big part of your budget. And any questions you guys have?
Should we schedule the second one, or should we wait until after the first one? I don't know, the summer schedules and work schedules, how that works for you guys.
I think we probably just, at the 6th meeting, set the second one based on what her schedule may look like after
Yeah.
that.
On the
We
8th.
can also talk about it the next.
That's the
Did you say the
6th?
6th?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yes,
The
yes.
6th is the
Oh, I
next
see what
regular
you're saying.
meeting, so.
Yeah, the regulars.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, you said July 8th at 4 p.m. for budget workshop part 1.
How do you do?
Nicole and Wes, all in favor?
So we'll have to post it, we'll just post it as a budget workshop, and I'm gonna put on there public not invited. I mean, unless you guys want somebody, but it's more for you to understand the budget.
Can we actually do that?
Oh, yeah,
They agreed on it, but they never.
but I won't if you don't want me to, I
It
don't,
would be a closed session.
2024.
it's a workshop, you're not going to vote on anything.
Right,
We're not.
workshops
I
are,
don't know, they approved it.
But you have to publish it that you're gonna.
yes,
Because there will be three of you here. Anytime there's 3 council people, you have to post it.
They approved it, but they never started raising prices.
I also think honestly, like, yeah, we're not making any decisions, but the council was present, or the citizens were present for a lot of those budget questions. And if we can get answers amongst our discussion that they can overhear, I don't see why that would be something
Okay.
we need to necessarily keep
I'll
quiet.
just post it that it's a workshop.
Yeah, I think it just needs to be posted as a workshop, and
That's a
if
rate
somebody
increase
shows
for
up,
every
which
6
they
months,
probably will not, but,
until the end of 2027.
I don't know why they wouldn't be welcome. Okay, we got that taken care of.
Date on the bottom.
I'll make sure everybody sees this, I'll pass this along at the end of the meeting, it's just a public notice.
Mr. Rickliff's brought that in.
I'll take a scan of it here. A public notice of, that was ran in the paper in 2024 with different rate charges for the city.
But they were never implemented.
I would have to double check with whatever copy of the ordinance I have, and look into this a little bit more, but, these rates were supposed to go into effect on October 1st of 2024. So whether that ordinance was changed at that time to reflect that, I don't know. Because I think the ordinance that I had pulled up was 2016 was the most,
I haven't seen
Recent
the
changes.
River ordinance change since I've been here, I don't think. Doesn't mean I was at every meeting though.
Well, there would have been an ordinance anytime you did a rate increase, and so it might just say in there that you can do it.
well, and I don't know if these were necessarily, I don't know if these are typos, I don't know what all is going on, but within this public notice, it says that certain different rates are going into effect in like 2025, 2026, 2027.
Well, normally that's actually how it's done, is actually usually you set it up for, you know, whether it's 3%, it's usually not a great idea because you don't know your cost of living differences, but again, like Fonda would set theirs for 3 years, their pub, so every 3 years, you knew what it was, and at the end of 3 years, then you could do the next round of adjustments, but saves you a little bit of that time, because your ordinance is pretty weird that it, at the end of the year
I was
CPI.
listening to this at home.
Never seen one.
He threw it out, and I was like, that's why I think I missed it.
Randomly have all the newspapers at home.
I clipped that out. When the water rates was on there, I took it out and kept it. Cause I'm like, they're gonna forget that we even did what they did, and they did.
There's been too many people in and out.
See, Manson water rates are going up because they're looking on the Fort Dodge.
Yeah, let's give it a
So
cut.
I worked with Manson, so I took this over to Manson and showed them what the rates are here. So they base theirs off of Coeur d'Alene to what Okie was gonna be charging in 2027.
Did we second it too?
She
Yes,
says,
we did.
that lady says, you know, they should be raising the water rates because it's not breaking even, but Coeur d'Alene already raising it.
Right, so she didn't know I did about that. I mean, or-
But they haven't.
No, they haven't. I mean, they agreed on it, but they never implemented it.
Yeah, yeah, just like the trash.
Yeah.
But this is already in the ordinance, I mean, it's already been approved. So they can't turn around and.
If it's there.
All right, let's move on, since we got that done. Next is first consideration of adoption of an ordinance regulating electric and motorized personal transportation devices within the city of Pocahontas.
So, in last year, we had hoped, we kind of held off on doing an ordinance, only for the hope that the Iowa legislature would help us in the state of Iowa, give us a common ground between all cities. Unfortunately, and nothing against Bike Iowa, but Bike Iowa came in and was a heavy lobby with them, saying that what's fair, what's not fair, how do you consider this stuff? Because from an officer point of view, it is extremely difficult when you try to understand e-scooters have 3 classes, e-bikes have 3 classes, personal transportation devices and all this other stuff. So we get caught in the muck and mire of it all. So the legislature ends, they couldn't get anything out of subcommittee because there was just concerns that if you affect bicycle riders, and I'll give an example which the ordinance addresses, you'll notice that electric bicycles were taken out of operating on the state highways. Because bicycles can operate on this, whether electric or not, right? So So we get ourselves into that problem. The only way that we can really then manage those electric bicycles is if they then have a motor more than 750 watts or 1 horsepower, which, you know, as Wes would know, is we're all well trained in horsepowers and things like that. So we have to find the label on it, is about the best we can do. So it's an extremely difficult thing to enforce. And we have a lot of course, upset people. We've had almost had an 8-year-old hit. We do know of several now incidents around the state of Iowa over the last several months. On top of that, in the last week, you know, the Des Moines Register has published more articles about Clive and Waukee and some of the big metro cities even trying to figure out how to do it because they instituted ordinances and then they put, you know, prohibitions on things. So I took this as a model of ordinance and did some adjustment from Sergeant Bluff. They had probably one of the more commonsensical. Plus, it included a couple things that I liked, which especially was, in my opinion, it holds a parent accountable. I think that was our biggest concern. So at the last end of the meeting, Christy and Wes were still here. You know, we talked a little bit about it. So I kind of went off those suggestions too, other suggestions I had received around the community. So basically, in summation with this ordinance is that it basically puts the brakes on everything that's 750 watts or 1 horsepower or less. And what that says is that because anything more than that is typically a moped.
Right.
So at that point, then we'll worry about moped rules and we'll go from there. I would hope a parent would not allow their kid to be on something that does more than 28 mile an hour anyway. I mean, but again, why it's in the ordinance. So basically what we've done is that this places a prohibition on any child under the age of 10 will not be allowed to use these without a parent or legal guardian present.
Wherever they're ready.
Right. They have to be basically sight sound wherever they are. And some of that, again, some of the logic we had used on that was basically babysitters. You could be a babysitter at 10, so they need a little more mobility and whatnot. Now, one thing we talked about was, you know, ATV and UTVs are now, or side-by-sides, you want to call them, actually have an 18 limitation on them. So you can have a driver's license, but you still can't operate them on the city streets unless you're 18. I looked at that and I went to 16 and we talked about 18, but I actually think 16 and above, then we allow them to operate the bigger stuff anyway, you know. Because an e-scooter is, when I say it's a moped, so it allows, if you want to do a heavier e-scooter, you have to have a driver's license, basically. You have to at least be able to get a driver's license, I guess is what I should say. This also then allows for, one of the big ones that was asked of me was electronic devices, so we put electronic device prohibition on it. It is quite scary watching someone going down the state highway, which is also included in the prohibition for e-scooters. E-scooters will not be allowed to operate it on the state highways.
Other than to cross.
Other than to cross them at a 90-degree angle, blah, blah, blah. So, so then we have, we'd have our state highway prohibition in there, and then we would have our age restriction. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. Too much going on up there. And then basically, it listed as a reckless. So if someone is going out and running stop signs and those types of things, there's one specific ordinance to do that. Because that's what's missing from the code. Everybody wants us to go, that kid just ran the stop sign. I can't write a 9-year-old, I can't write an 11-year-old a ticket. The state of Iowa doesn't allow me to do that. You know, I should be able to write their parent, oh wait. The state of Iowa doesn't allow me to do that. This allows us to do that, if we should have to get to that point. Right. I think the biggest thing, and that was one of the questions that I had when I presented up in Lorenz, was, why don't you just start stopping them now and just tell them not to do it? And I said, well, again, it's not against the law, so do we really want to get into that? Yeah, I'm going to lie to you now until we get something on paper. So this gives us the teeth to do that. Now, it gives us an option of a $25 fine is what I said at Sergeant Bluff's was 10. I went to 25 because it fits more with our parking and some of the other things that we have. But a $25 fine, if paid to City Hall, is $25. If we have to go through the clerk of court, it adds court fees and all that other good stuff. So we'll give an opportunity for people. The other thing it also does is that on a violation, should we choose to do so, on first offense, it's a 5-day impoundment of said device. Second offense is 10-day, and for third offense, it's 30 days. So we can start, the police department can start holding these devices if we really have. Now, do I think we'll ever have to get there? I would say only in extremely rare occasions will we, you know.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
hope not.
so when we put teeth to it, you know, we're just putting teeth, because if we don't have teeth, then we don't have, you know, on the flip side, I think most parents look at it as their kids outside, they're not hanging out on the internet. I mean, it's an awesome thing, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to prohibit that, but on the flip side of it, they're running amok. They don't stop at stop signs. I mean, we already have on the bicycle side, we've had several bicycle stops, mostly for the lights and the operation that way, but there's also stop signs and stuff. If somebody on a bicycle, whether e-bike or not, runs a stop sign, you know. And usually it's just talking to somebody and they get done. Now, the other thing that this ordinance does add is that from Court Square to First Avenue Northeast, it prohibits the use on the sidewalk. So e-bikes and all that other stuff, I had one time I had an e-bike at 34 mile an hour down the sidewalk. Where this can get a little bit tricky is sometimes people have an opinion though, do we really want them operating on the street? Well, it's tough to say that a bicycle and any of those can't operate on the street. We can encourage people to walk them, we can do things like that. But, you know, it's a scary proposition because we also know that we almost had a near miss out here on Main Street a couple weeks ago where the lady opens the door and just about took out an e-scooter. So at 20 mile an hour, that's still pretty hard.
Yeah.
So whether it's a car or something, I mean, I know that sounds horrible, maybe the way I'm presenting it, but so to me, and again, I you know, like Nicole and I talked to on the emergency side of it, I really see an emergency need for this to get this thing out there, and if we need to change it, we can change it. You know,
Right.
but for the most part, it gives the police department we can now start. You know, when we see these kids, we can start engaging these kids a little more. So, and their parents.
Okay, so, what do we need to do here? I'm not real up on my ordinance.
Again, we've talked about reading it or don't read it. That is your choice. There's not something that says you have to read an ordinance.
It's considered,
Right, exactly.
that's your wording is considered.
So then the big thing is then it's a motion and a second and a roll call vote.
And and this will come as you vote, but because it is summer and he needs this, are you gonna waive the second and third readings?
Oh,
I included those as items based on our votes to be able to do so if we so wish.
yes, yeah, that is the next thing on there is, do we wanna waive the second and third reading? My question is, do we have to publish this?
You have to publish the heading, you don't have to do the entire one, but can I see your ordinance? So we have to do down to where it says, we gotta do this much. So.
Down to chapter 77,
Well,
Just the
that,
bolded.
yeah,
just the bold stuff,
yeah, you
okay?
can quit after 7701. Now, we have to post them everywhere that we post an agenda, so we will post it.
Yes.
In the newspaper, you just need that little bit of heading in the minutes.
And then this will be available if anybody wants to come in and pick it up. Alright, so.
I thought it looked great. I thought it looked really like encompassing a lot of things.
So it's not like a resolution, it doesn't have a number.
So it actually will, you'll have an ordinance number, there is.
Nobody knew what ordinance, I mean, realistically,
Okay.
from what I've seen in the past, it should be 01/2026, cause we haven't,
Done any ordinances this year?
the junk car was this year or last year?
The resolutions go that way, but
I think I'll make a motion to pass this ordinance on.
it's
With the
chapter,
addition of the applicable number.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
chapter 77, right?
Yeah,
Right.
you can just say chapter 77.
Chapter 77.
Okay, who wants the second?
I'll say.
Wes. Cody and Wes, we're gonna roll call, so
Alex.
Nicole.
Only on business
this
Wes?
district on the sidewalk, not all the other ones.
Cody?
Yeah, on the sidewalk, yeah, on the sidewalk.
Kim.
That was the problem, because, dump it.
Absent is Brian. All right, so that's our first, do we,
So then you do a motion to waive
To
the
waive
second and
the
third, second
readings.
and third readings.
I move to waive the second and third readings of this ordinance.
Kim and Wes. All in favor?
Nope, roll call.
Oh, sorry, roll call on this one too.
Yep.
Nicole? Aye. Wes?
Aye.
Cody?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
Can we have that motion be the same for second and third? We just,
Or do we
Just
have
the
to-
one now, the one motion, you just say waive second and third.
Yeah.
Just say that.
You
So-
did.
so we can just copy, like Alex put on here, we can just put that, that was all the same.
Possible adoption of a bond ordinance if applicable.
So because we waived all three readings, now we need to just approve it for implementation.
No, that's your vote. Your vote did that.
I was gonna say,
You don't need to do anything with possible adoption.
so we don't need to do that. Okay. Okay. Discussion and possible action regarding review of the 2080 agreement with the city of Lorenz for shared law enforcement services. Right here.
No, the comm center just called me, I don't know what's going on. Of course, that's how it always works. What is it? Suicide? I don't know how you wanna handle this, I've got a guy trying to kill himself in front of this kid right now.
Okay,
So-
go,
You need to
go.
So,
So, one of my questions, just for information for me, how long have you been sharing with Lorenz?
Just 1 year.
Close to 1 year.
Okay,
That's starting
And-
and May 6th, so over a year.
okay, and so then one of the things that Alex had told me the other day was the city of Lorenz is supposed to pay half of his wages and half of all of his benefits. So, just based on the current contract, when do I bill that? Because I don't believe it's been billed.
It hasn't been billed because he wasn't able to get that information, what his benefits
Okay,
were.
so,
And Lorenz will pay that, they just need to know what it is.
Okay,
Alex.
The
I-
previous contract was quarterly, this new suggested one will be monthly.
okay. But Lorenz has never paid anything because we haven't billed them.
Alex billed them the 40,000, and I believe they paid it, as far as I understood.
They have been billed,
But not the benefits.
it's not the benefit because they didn't know what to pay.
Or any extra hourly additions,
And
correct?
they are, and they will pay, mileage rates went up, I think it's only about a cent, but they will go back and pay the, when it went up for the first of the year, whatever, mileage rates. We had a meeting on last week, Tuesday, with Lorenz. Just kind of went over everything. Lorenz was the mayor and the council. I'm not, I think one of the council person was phoned in. Lorenz thought everything was going well. They didn't have any complaints. So I haven't any complaints to me. I've only heard good things, that I thought it was working well.
I have not heard good things. The citizens that have spoken to me are concerned about, our officers not being in town, our officers running to Lorenz, insurance for that to happen. How does our insurance coverage work? Does their insurance cover our cars running to Lorenz? Let's see, another thing was, Pocahontas paying the officers to run to Lorenz. When does Lorenz pay for our officers? I mean, there's been quite a few things thrown up at me. Why me particularly, I don't know, but, the citizens of Pocahontas have got some concerns about working with Lorenz. Lorenz benefits tremendously over this deal. The citizens of Pocahontas do not necessarily benefit from this deal.
Are these concerns that happened since Tuesday? Since our meeting? I mean, we form committees, so we don't have to talk about all these things at our meetings, but all these things get talked about in our meetings and not in our committees. Why wasn't it brought to one of us on the committee, talk about these concerns and see if we can get it figured out in the meeting instead of in a meeting like this? We have done this with other committees.
I've been very outspoken.
I also think
You could have came to the meeting.
I also think that there's.
I was not invited.
When we formed the committee, you did not ask to be invited. You had asked to be invited to the insurance committee that we.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
This is irrelevant to the discussion we
invited
are set to
myself.
be having. Whether Christy is part of the committee or part of the meeting does not matter. Right now, we are talking about our own personal feelings towards this, not even personal feelings. We are all bringing information that we personally have received to this table to have a discussion. It shouldn't be emotionally charged in any way, shape, or form. At this point, we have heard a lot of subjective information, but what I have never received, what I have never seen, and questions I've never heard asked about this contract in any way, shape, or form has been, what is the objective information? I need numbers in front of me to be able to make this decision, and I have never seen, as a citizen or as a council person, numbers associated with this 2080. I've heard subjective information that it's going well, that everyone thinks it's a good idea. I've heard subjective information that it's not a good idea and it's terrible and there's all these liabilities. I have never once seen any objective information come across any of these tables that support this one way or another. Having been employed by many institutions that make it a lot of money, if you were to ever pitch a project like this to any one of them, you would be tasked with months of workup that show red lines, that show cost analyses, that show all sorts of objective information to be able to make that decision, and that's never been brought to this attention. If we have a leg to stand on as a city that says, hey, citizens, this is wonderful for us. Here's the cost of oil changes, maintenance on our cars, insurance increases,
Accidents.
overtimes being paid out or being accrued. If you gave me the numbers that said, realistically, we're only going to 20 calls and 85% of the 20 hours is being done by administrative work, remotely even, like, that information and the lack of that information is what is driving your public narrative. And until you have that objective information to sway why you're voting one way or another, it's never gonna be received, but I will not vote on something this big that affects my citizens this much without an objective reason for doing so.
We have never seen any, numbers, any financial numbers as to what does it actually cost?
After our meeting the other day when we were up there, I did ask Alex for that information, and he sent me some links. I couldn't open it for a couple days for whatever reason. I don't know if I'm able to open it now. I didn't get a chance to review any of it yet, but I supposedly have a link to that.
I asked Alex for, reports, monthly reports, and I've never gotten a monthly report on who's doing what, why, when, and where. I've never received anything. And that bothers me tremendously because I'd like to know by the month who's running to Lorenz. How many suicide calls are we having? How many times have they stopped people just generally? I don't need names. I don't want to know who they're stopping. I just want to know a general report of what's going on. I've never received that. Never.
I think you need to sit down with Alex
I have.
again then, and get that explained to him, because he's never.
I have.
He has.
I don't
he
think
has
that-
never have had to do this before. You're the first mayor that has asked for this, so
I
guys-
cannot believe that. That is part of what his job should be, is to get reports. And I know he's not here to defend himself, and I do appreciate that fact.
we have how many departments?
I don't know.
How many reports do you get from other departments?
I don't.
That's what
I
mean.
get no
That's what I
reports
mean.
from
So
anybody.
You can't say.
And that's my problem. I would go there also. I would love to have a report that tells me what the water department has got going. I would love to have a
And you
report
can
for the
ask-
electrical.
You can ask for that, but you have to tell them what you want, because they have not had to do that in the past.
So,
That conversation is again not pertinent to this 2080 and something that can happen outside of this situation.
Yep.
I have something else to add, but go ahead. Okay. Two things. One, the contract as it was provided, the updated contract as it was provided, mentions that, the city administrators are the one to enact it. We currently don't have a city administrator, so we need that addressed in the contract anyway to more reflect what our current position is. Secondly, in order for it to be approved, it also needs a resolution from each city, and so someone needs to take the initiative to draft up that resolution to be able to approve it as well, before we would even be able to go ahead and vote on it and enact it. The next side of what I was going to add is that this was originally pitched because Lorenz was in a pinch with no police department. And that's why it was set up on a yearly basis. Another concern I have, and that citizens have brought to me, is that what incentive is there for Lorenz, now that they are fully staffed and they're just lacking a chief of police, what is the future trajectory of both departments to get them fully staffed so that they don't need to rely on us to help provide them coverage? At the end of the day, our populations are 1,211 for Lorenz, and Pokey is 1,792. Our budget for our police department this year was $402,297. Looking back on the past years, last year, yes, their budget was $368, and as of March, they had already already went over by 50,000. So you're asking my citizens to pay just under $500,000 to have a police department. I need to be able to justify, if I agree to this, why Lorenz is only paying or budgeting a significantly less amount in their budget for a police department when our population is almost identical. I cannot ask my citizens to pay $500,000 for a police department when there is a community 17 miles away that is very similar in our standings that is not having to pay anywhere near that.
What are they budgeting?
That would be part of my information I would love to get, but I can guarantee you it's not $500,000.
That's
I feel pretty confident that it's not $500,000.
Do you know what that number is?
I don't know either.
I don't either. Last I knew it was around 360, but that's been quite some time.
We're what, 400?
We budgeted for 402, but again, the past 3 years they've went over at least $50,000, if not $200,000. So
I guess I was kind of under the impression too, back when it all started, that it was a temporary thing. We discussed that at the meeting, and I haven't had a chance to go back and watch the tape, so I could be wrong with that, I don't know. I'm a little more concerned that they want to do the unified law enforcement and, raise the taxes too with that. And some of the research I have done with the 2080 agreements, this is by far the most distance in between the two cities. Generally speaking, they're between a mile to, a lot of them are around 7 to 10 miles. This is a long ways for them to be going back and forth. And again, some of my issue with it too is it being the same for the officers in town. I know they have people that give them vacation and to help out in that way, but it seems like Lorenz officers are only working day shifts up there, and why should both you guys have to cover all the nights and at least the weekends when I'm working, there hasn't been a lot of officers out in Lorenz, have been majority of the time. And again, like other people have said, I don't like the cars. My family's here and our citizens of Pocahontas are here. That's where my priority is over the city of Lorenz.
I also think it's on us too that not only do we need to represent our citizens, but we need to make sure that we are representing and supporting our officers too. And so without us one-on-one, without us as the committee having those conversations on a singular basis so that the individuals can express both their concerns and what they like about the agreement. I mean, I would never go down to the water plant and tell Dave that he's gonna do something because Dave needs to tell me what he needs from me. Same thing with the police department. I'm not gonna tell the police officers, hey, this is what I think is best because I don't do their job every day. So they're the ones dealing with the issues and they're the ones reaping the benefits of whatever it is of this contract that they feel one way versus the other. And without having those discussions, I don't think that you can intervene.
I don't think this group can objectively make a decision on this right now, tonight, to be honest.
Again, without a resolution, you can't approve it.
No, you can't. It's,
Did the 2080 agreement cover the liability issue?
Liability lies with the city or employee. So just because our officers are up in Lorenz, they are still under our liability
still gonna go back and forth, whether there's the 2080 agreement there or not. We back each other up all over the county, so you're gonna run
Right.
into that. I
Right. So-
personally see that being an issue.
So what did, excuse me, Wes, on where it says number 9, liability, is that have anything to do with what you guys were discussing?
Yeah, and just so you know, Kim, and everybody else, that there exists, I included both contracts in here. So you have first the signed one that has been enacted in the last year, and then this is the proposed one for this upcoming.
Oh, okay, thank you for highlighting that, I didn't catch that.
I also think just like verbiage for, especially number 10 and number 12, there's a lot of places that is open for interpretation with that. I mean, how do you nail down per hour costs for an officer's vehicle and equipment? I know previously it was like the officer's wage or a certain portion of their wage for that hour over, or those hours over, but how are we gonna say this is the wear and tear, this is the oil change, this is, I mean, are we gonna charge mileage for that as well as what is stated up in number 10? Just,
So to help me understand just a little bit from a committee standpoint, so you two are on this committee, and you met with who the other day?
Lorenz,
Lorenz,
the mayor,
council.
the mayor, the council, and the city manager.
Okay, okay, and
the
then,
whole council or just a?
Two.
Okay.
okay,
It was Lauren and I
I don't know if it was on the, if you called him for sure.
think that
Okay.
was Lauren, if I remember right.
and then was this, just from my understanding and clarification, was this agreement looked at, or who gave us this?
Loren, what?
I think it was Terry.
Like,
The-
did you like go through a
The future
contract?
one.
The future
Yeah, the future one, did you go
I think
through
that
the
was just
contract to
kinda-
develop this one, or what did that, just for my
We
information?
talked about the old one, there was a couple changes, the mileage rates.
Sure.
And I don't know if there was something else we talked about change,
Sure,
and then it went to their lawyer, and they,
from
yeah,
everybody,
yeah,
yes, yes,
and then it was sent to us.
okay, thanks for clarifying that.
So have any of our attorneys reviewed this at all?
Not to my
Um,
knowledge.
Our insurance reviewed it, their attorneys, and that was last year,
So
not.
EMC's attorneys last year
Yes,
reviewed
it
it.
went to them.
But this current one has not gone to that one. That didn't last long.
No, thankfully, he agreed to get it off, so.
To recap what has been taking place, I think it's a general understanding that we all would love more objective information, as far as cost incurred, cost charged, or cost billed, cost received, calls that have.
What do you mean by call? Okay, so let me, so basically what you have is that at this point, as of the end of third quarter, we've received 62,499.27, I think is what it was total, from the city of Lorenz. Missing would be the fourth quarter, and then we were also missing, the fringe benefits and stuff, because I never got those from Laura, so I haven't been able to bill it, because I don't have it now. Janan and I have already talked, and she was gonna work on getting that 50-50 split. Overall, as the costs go, and again, Wes and Cody both got the spreadsheets, so they could look at those numbers, the same ones that I submitted to the city of Lorenz, which basically captures that every call that we go on up there covers up until you get to 21 hours, and that's what covers the 40,000 base, half my salary. After that point, and after 21 hours, then what we've been doing is then it's at the officer's wage rate. is what we bill. And so that was $22,000 over is what we brought into the city for those extra hours that we covered. On top of that was a $28, which was the agreement of the committee, the $28 mileage fee, because again, to have to capture every single mile and every single thing to do that becomes pretty tedious. So we agreed, although Lorenz also agreed that, like, let's say we were up there and we got into a pursuit, then we would be able to, they would agree to bill more. So they did adjust on their change to it is that they're willing to pay since the actual federal rate changed January 1st. They're gonna go back and we'll rebill for the extra mileage. They $29 if you go to the 72.5 cent. If you figure it out for 20 miles, whatever we decided, 40 miles, whatever it was. Sorry, my brain's not into the exact numbers right at the moment, but it comes out to be roughly $29 up and back, you know, and then there's a lot of just whether it's sitting around or going to those calls. But each time we go up there, I build $28, and so that's where you got to your revenue point. So we're effectively bringing in $70,000. Now, the best way to talk that about it is it's a tough thing to try to determine what the actual physical cost, because I don't have a meter on each of the cars, right? So what we do know is that during that time, is that officer that is in Pocahontas is now going up there and is now generating income for the city of Pocahontas. What's the expense on that? Like, what's the look?
I just don't understand how that's generating income for the
Because
city.
for the city of Lorenz, or the city of Pocahontas, it's a sheer expense, right? That officer sitting here in Pocahontas generates no revenue. Once it crosses that border and it goes up there, it generates revenue for the city, and then it comes back into our general fund to them to pay. So it definitely generates a revenue for the city for that time when we're not actually conducting any law enforcement. I mean, other than just being a presence, right? Whether that's sitting here at the PD, it's out stopping cars. Yes, ma'am.
Wouldn't that be a wash? I mean, we're paying them an hourly rate to be on call no matter where they are, so we're getting the hourly rate back. So it's not a revenue, it's merely a.
It's no longer an expense though. It's not an expense to you, it's an
It just
expense to
evens
Lorenz.
out.
So it actually fills your coffer back up on that wage rate. So if you're paying someone $35 an hour, the instant they touch Lorenz, they're now at $35 an hour. And Lorenz is, for their existence, the city of Pocahontas is not paying for that officer.
We're getting it. We are paying, but we're getting reimbursed.
You're getting reimbursed for that officer existence.
Well, when they're up there, we don't have the officer in town anyway.
So to address that issue, your ambulance, when it goes out, it's a 10-minute response. You do not have that ambulance in town. We have 3 out. But I'm just saying.
Just talking about the cost.
Right, but that's what I'm saying as far as the cost goes. You don't, as far as your cost goes, those ambulances are city ambulances. You don't have that. You don't have that as far as time. You're right, you don't. But you're at least getting money back for the existence of that. I mean, you're getting that, again, it's not an expense that Pocahontas is paying. Lorenz is actually paying for it, to have that expense.
It's not a revenue though, it's a reimbursement.
Sure.
It's not, I can't make a revenue in my head. It's a reimbursement for mileage, it's a reimbursement for hours. It's not a revenue.
And I'll take that as I look at it as a little different, but however, I mean, again, we can argue accounting and we'll just pull out the Janon brain.
I do accounting myself.
I mean, that's what I say. Is that, I mean, at the end of the day, this fact is the city of Pocahontas is ahead over $70,000 technically that you didn't have to spend for the Pocahontas Police Department. You were actually able to provide an actual additional wage rate to your officers of $40,000, which is obviously helped the retention. On top of that, it gives us 2 other officers in Lorenz that we can use. And now those officers have spent 4 shifts covering our side.
Okay, another question that I have gotten from citizens is, how is this incentive for Lorenz to get their own police chief?
So
How is this incentive for us to keep our police chief and keep our officers in town taking care of the citizens of Pocahontas?
So there really is no. So there's 2 sides to this. One is that no, Wes and I had a conversation, well, if it's just about money, then the city needs to come up with the extra 40,000 and just get the wage rates up. But it's not just about that. And I'm gonna be very direct about this. For 3.5 years here, we ran short because we did not have the money nor the people to be here. I worked 80% of the shifts, and I know someone in this room that can testify to that. I worked 80% of those shifts. I got paid 1 shift out of every 6. The city of Pocahontas did not front any more money for 6 other shifts. That's how I covered that, to retain officers, because that was the primary reason that you were losing officers. It's why you lose officers in small towns. It's why if you go to those deputy sheriffs right now and talk to them about why they left, when Jeremy Watson worked 14 shifts in a row and wasn't initially reimbursed for that, that's why that happened. And before I took over, that was not happening. So I took on that added weight of those 6 shifts, 5 to 6 shifts every 2 weeks to make sure that they had their time off. I didn't. And it cost me. This situation helps us. This situation makes for a huge benefit. It's not all about the money. It's the fact that you have the time off. I've had to delay my surgery because of, until we could get to this point. And now I have 2 other bodies who are full-time certified that I can put on these streets to answer these calls.
So are the Lorenz people, there's only 2 Lorenz police officers?
Two full-time officers. One was a former Pocahontas officer.
Are they, what shifts do they work then?
So they work a day shift. So I pulled the numbers again. And again, if you look at the bulk of the calls, when they come in, it's between 6 and 6. 6
I don't get a report, so I don't know.
And again, ever since you called me stupid in front of the city council and on Facebook, I asked for a response and you've never given me a
I
response.
don't believe I called you stupid.
Well,
I did not say that.
okay,
And
well,
don't you dare
Hey.
put those words in my mouth.
We're talking about the 2080.
I know.
It's irrelevant.
We're
Let's
talking
continue.
about this.
But I'm just saying, but that's the reality. So if we're gonna talk about the report that you want, I have never gotten from you any of that back.
I gave you a list of reports that I want, and why you can't figure out what those reports are, I don't understand.
But my
I
problem
will-
is, and let me finish this, Nicole, and
Let's
then I'll
start
stop.
today.
But my problem is that when I walked out, you said that the state of Iowa has specific reports. I asked you what those are. I have contacted the state of Iowa, and they say they do not know what you're talking about.
I gave that to you.
Right, so I need to know what that is because the state of Iowa says they do not know and cannot acknowledge the reports you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. So, if you can provide that for me and contact your sources that say that, I will provide those reports to this council, whatever, but there are no reports according to the Department of Public Safety. They don't exist. So I don't know what reports they would be.
I think
It doesn't matter.
I'll generalize what I had said so far, and then I know Mason wanted to add a comment too. My 2 biggest things were that outside of like certain verbiage in the contract that I feel needs to be addressed. 1, our populations of the 2 towns are very similar. There's a difference in the most recent census of about 500 people. I'm asking my citizens, taxpayer dollars, to foot. We budgeted $400 and some thousand for the PD. History shows that that budget continuously goes over for X amount of reasons. No less than at least $50,000. So realistically, I need to have objective information to justify to my citizens why I'm asking them to pay just short of $500,000 for a PD when a town 17 miles over who has very similar population is likely not having to contribute that much to their PD budget.
So they are contributing to that. They're contributing somewhere near 300,000 to their budget.
Right. So again,
But 70,000 coming here.
but there's at least a difference of at least 100,000, if not more. And is that really?
So one thing I've mentioned to the council before is, so Pocahontas is what's called a heavy 4. At 1,800, the typical formula is 600 persons per officer. So that would mean we would only be funding for 3. At 3, you will not have 24-hour law enforcement coverage. I mean, effectively, you will not retain a police department. If the sheriff's office were to come in here and take it over, they have already said back in November 1st of 2021 that they would only put on 3 deputies. There's no way. The city of Pocahontas will lose its 4th officer. As a matter of fact, the city of Pocahontas has already contracted once before with the sheriff's office, which was canceled at some point, and so now that's where that sits. So the reality of it is yes, your budget is going up. We have found a way to help supplement ours so that we can maintain a local police department.
And I'm not saying that that is the tipping point, that the budgets are different. What I'm saying is I need objective information to justify why those are different. So like what I said was, I would love to get the total numbers that we charge Lorenz. I would love to get the total numbers that Lorenz ended up charging us for when they needed to send people down here.
See, and they haven't had that. We haven't even billed that.
Right.
That's only in this 4th quarter.
I'd also love the budgets just to compare. Fiscal year 26, fiscal year 27. I obviously have ours. I don't have Lorenz's. Again, I'd love to look at information as far as what this has done to car maintenance, oil changes, wear and tear on cars. I'd always love to look at overtime being accrued and if our officers are being able to utilize their overtime in the past X amount of months when Lorenz didn't have anyone for backup. Again, I need numbers. I can't base my vote off of subjective reports that people think is going wrong. So without an objective stance and justification for why I want to vote the way I want to vote, I don't feel I can make an informed decision.
So what makes that difficult is the fact that you established a committee, right? And that committee should have all that information. They actually have a lot of that information today. And they had a lot of that information early in the week, because that was the first time it was requested by the city of Pocahontas, those numbers. So it makes it tough today for me to look at that though and go, okay, so did we wait to the last minute? Because it wasn't my responsibility to get the 28E committee going. It wasn't any of that, because that was supposed to be the city council's responsibility. So that's tough for me, because now I stand here going, the best I can give you. And I wouldn't say that it's subjective. Now I do have Mason who can talk to some of those points. But the reality of it is that, like I was saying, the sheriff's office was billing $70,000 is what they had estimated was what a contract is worth for 20 hours a week. We've hit that mark. Is that subjective? Not really, because that's a pretty standard contract number statewide. So, you know, again, when you look at what the expense and cost for the cars and everything else is roughly about that $70,000. To come up with those figures, I'm not even going to have that for oil changes. I couldn't get those numbers out of the very city administrator that was being employed. So we take the cars in, we get those things. Has it gone up? Has it gone down? I don't know, because I've never seen that stuff since 2021 when I came here. No, that was never given to me. And I can prove that again. Everything I say to you, so my problem today is here we stand. And now as far as like wording changes and stuff, this thing can be amended at any time. So if you go forward with it, it's not like you're hung to it. And if you want to go through and that's what you want. But in an entire year, no one requested exactly that information. I don't know. And again, I'm not tracking it. And I'm not sure exactly how I'm even going to find some of that information that's been requested of me, right?
So a few responses to everything you said is that I don't hold it on you that information hasn't been given to us. I understand that from our side of things too, that there was one person in charge of the agenda for the council, and we've routinely seen that things like this that have a big decision attached to them have been pushed up until the last hour, and it's caused a lot of chaos and a lot of rushed decisions that I think we've all voiced we don't feel comfortable with. If you were to pitch this project to, and this is what I said earlier, if you were to pitch a project this big in a different setting to any sort of big company, you would need all of those reports, all of that information to justify why taking on that cost is validated. Furthermore, as far as like my second point that I brought up of main discussion is that I've told you to your face, I've told other officers to their face that I don't think we can vote on this without having conversations one-on-one with the people it's gonna affect the most. And what I said was, I wouldn't go down to the water department and tell Dave, I made a decision and you're gonna do this now. I would hope that the police department would expect the same respect in that I can't sit up here and pretend to tell them what they're gonna do with their job going forward without having a discussion with them as to what their current likes are with the contract and their current concerns and being able to address those independently. I don't think that's fair of me to say tonight, I'm gonna do this without being able to talk to them.
So the mayor had that meeting in February, and you were aware of that? And you're aware of what she said at that meeting? All the officers in that meeting were 100% in support of that, and she said then she was in 100% support.
That is not what I said.
I have a body cam video that will refute that.
I know you have a body cam.
That is exactly what you
but
said.
I did not say 100%. I said, I'm not a fan of the 2080 agreement.
The initial part.
Change my
What?
mind. And you did a darn good job of it, but you never changed my mind. I agree. I thought it was wonderful that the way the guys spoke and said that they live here, this town is covered because we want our own families covered. Then I come to find out that there's no one covering Pocahontas.
From who found that out? Because that's not true. That's not true. Whenever we go and there's a call, there's always been somebody available for call out here. So that in itself is not true. So I don't know where you got that information. I mean, unless you could prove that to me, that isn't, because I know what happens when I have to call and call for another officer because the request comes from me.
I'm gonna say in this whole thing, there is a lack of communication. There is a huge lack of communication about everything involved in this 2080 agreement. There's been no discussion up to this point on this 2080 agreement with this council. Is that correct?
I have attempted,
Am I wrong?
I have attempted, and like I said, we needed to have the meeting to at least have the 2080 people to sit down with the Wrens and just make those discussions. Again, and so absolutely that happens, but
It's not my fault, and it's not your fault. I'm not blaming anybody here that this lack of communication is a problem, and it has been a lack of transparency and communication, and it's not on you or me or anyone on this council. It's just a lack of consideration for the people making the decisions.
what hasn't been transparent?
The reports. We don't know how many times have you guys run to Lorenz? How
The
many
two-year committee
times-
has that information. But there again, I can't
Okay,
do
here
that, this
again.
council has the information, so I don't know what else I'm supposed, they were given their information,
They
so,
didn't give it to us.
well, again,
And that's not necessarily their problem because they only had the meeting last week. So I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying there is a lack of communication here. It doesn't matter who the lack of communication is coming from. It's just, we're not all getting the same information.
well, that's been through the entire process of everything.
I agree.
So then the problem is so then this potentially suffers because of something that I can't control or anybody in this room can't control.
Realistically, what was mentioned is that per the wording of this contract, it mentions that city administrators are the ones to enact it. We don't have a city administrator right now, but we also need a resolution to be able to approve it. And there was no resolution written up to approve this tonight anyway, to be able to vote on it going forward. And so I think at this point tonight, that we all have our questions, we all want more information, and if it's something as simple as we get the information that these two have and that answers some of our questions, and then we contact you with more to see if we have that information available, that way we can have a more informed discussion going forward and also be able to enact this, if we so choose, the proper way as laid out by the contract. We don't have a resolution tonight to approve it, so we can't vote on it anyway.
So are we gonna run under the 90-day potential, then run to the end and see if it gets approved before the 90 days ends? Well, that's what you guys have to make the decision on. Because if we're gonna terminate it, then it requires a change in salary, it changes all that.
Well, why does it change whose salary?
You're cutting $10,000 from each officer's salary.
How did that $10,000 get in there to begin with?
That's the $40,000 bill that I sent them. It was $40,000 for half the time, so now that $40,000 is not guaranteed, so now you're going to have to cut those salaries as of July 1st.
Why do I have to cut those salaries?
Because you have to get the resolution to give us the raise to give us the $10,000.
So we don't have a resolution.
You don't have a resolution then to replace the $10,000 from each officer that you're missing.
But technically speaking, our resolution we passed earlier in the meeting, the salaries listed on that wage schedule already have the 10,000 included. So they're 5%.
there's already-
It should be. And I didn't have anything to do. I didn't do it.
Every wage schedule that we have ever received, their wage has reflected that of the 10,000 addition already. It never was separated out to Pokey's wage plus a 10,000 salary or anything.
I have last year's. Last year's was separated out. So everybody was $10,000 less, and then the actual wage rate, because that's what I calculated, is the wage rate.
So what we approved tonight includes that $10,000. We're not taking that away from them.
Okay, well, I didn't see it, and I never was
I know,
given a copy.
but I'm just
And
saying.
again, there's part of that communication thing, right?
Exactly.
Nobody in this council gave me that information.
Exactly. We didn't have that until tonight, to be honest. I didn't look at it.
Alex, when you said something about the IDD timeline or something, what's the timeline?
So if the city chooses to terminate the contract, then we give Lorenz 90 days to figure out his options.
Thank you.
And all the officers even hear their options on what they're
Got it,
choosing.
thank you.
No, you said, I'm sorry, I was trying to verify if Mason can just make sure that this is accurate to. Okay. So they do, like, the wages do reflect with our resolution we just passed. So I don't think that is something that we need to be concerned about, and I hope that you guys aren't concerned that we would just yank that money out of you without any planning for it. But I'm not sure what you specifically just said, but I just wanna point out that the contract we're currently under does expire June 30th.
Right.
And no 90 days is needed prior to that, the expiration of the contract's the expiration of the contract.
So then you force Lorenz into a situation.
That's Lorenz's problem.
Pocahontas' problem too, potentially.
Well, we didn't get a resolution for tonight.
That was, I sent off the thing, that's not a resolution for you, right?
I mean, resolutions aren't for me to make either.
But
And I will say, it was not intentional. I did not even figure out that contract said anything about a resolution until Sunday. But the only resolutions I have ever written are for line items that I have done the research and put on. So
I submit it, and that's what all of my.
that should have been a committee situation in this.
And again, we're without a city administrator to help do that stuff. I don't know how I wanna say that without getting myself in trouble.
It requires, I mean, we all got our points of contact in our committees to help distribute the workload. And I've already voiced that my fear was that something was gonna get pinned on me for doing agendas because of something like this, and I will say.
I don't hear that, Nicole.
No, and I don't think that's the case either, but I think that going forward, we need to recognize that if we're a point of contact for a department, or if we are on a committee, it is our responsibility to do all of the work associated with whatever that is going forward. I think that needs to be just a broad expectation. And in this case, that resolution should have been brought by those people that are sent to that.
Okay, so knowing that the timeline is June 30th, and knowing, I think that many of us here agree that that objective information that you have shared is important for us to look at. What's our next step then to try to meet this deadline either way?
I mean, I know you guys formed a committee to be able to have those discussions, and going forward, if we choose to approve this for another year, I would encourage that committee to have those discussions much earlier on, because when you have a committee, you're playing a game of telephone, and to get the answers to the questions being asked is a long process, right? So because we're in the situation we are, my suggestion would be that we should have a joint meeting with the Lorenz Council to be able to just have this discussion between ourselves instead of going between you two or going between you and trying to find answers to those things. It's just inefficient and it takes time. In order to have the most direct conversation so that we all are on the same page and we can all voice our respective cities' concerns and be able to get them addressed, would be to be able to have an open and direct conversation. And the only way we can do that is if we all get everybody in the same room to have something like that. And at that point, both cities could have their resolution prepared so that if we have that joint discussion, we have that joint meeting, we can go ahead and handle it right then and there. But before I have that information and before I'm able to get my list, I mean, I spent the weekend typing up 3 pages of questions that I want answered before I can vote.
Why didn't you bring your questions to the committee back when we formed the committee?
Yep, I spent Sunday drafting 3 pages of questions.
I know, but we had the meeting, we formed the committee,
Okay.
what,
Why did the
Two
committee
weeks
not
ago.
give us the
2 months ago?
information that they got?
what?
Why didn't the committee give the information to us that they got?
I didn't know I got that information because I didn't request that information.
I had sent it just to him and Wes, since Wes had requested, since he's on the committee, I sent it.
I didn't know.
I'm just asking.
I'm telling you why I didn't
And
get
I
it, because I didn't request it, I wasn't looking for it.
I didn't know when your meeting was to be able to send, like, you can't just tell me Monday.
I'm just,
No, here's my side. You can't just tell me Monday at 8 AM that you're gonna meet Monday at noon and allow me 4 hours to sit there and do my own research so that I'm answering my own questions that I can answer, and also type out 3 pages worth of questions to send you to bring to that committee.
And I think that also gets to, like you were saying, Christy, with communication in a big sense. You know, like just knowing when I'm going to a meeting, for example, when you're going to a meeting, what's a good process? We're not gonna solve that today, but what's a good process to know? Hey, I see this is on the docket coming up, or we know that, then I'll have that ability to say, hey, can you ask about that, or can you find out about that? But until we have that kind of process, you know, this is what happens, right? You guys meet, you guys do your thing, you know, and then we're here. So, we meet any of us, you know.
I mean, yeah, and that's part of being on the committee is a little bit of a burden on you to say, hey, I'm gonna go have these discussions. What concerns, what are your thoughts? Is there anything I should know to be able to contribute to that discussion as a representative of the whole, rather than going to the discussion as an individual and bringing it back to the whole and having a discussion
And I
afterwards
think
as
just
well.
knowing an expectation of a committee member, you know, what do we all expect of each other when we're assigned to these committees? Like, for example, the resolution, I wouldn't have known that. And it maybe that's not even what we agree on, is the thing, you know, who knows? But I think just having those expectations too, again, as new council members are coming together, kind of keep that communication process. It's one of the things I put on my application to kind of continue to work for, so we all are on the same page with what's expected of us, you know, and then what's expected of our department heads and different things like that, so I think it's good.
honestly, this is the third year in a row where a wage thing has come before the council and I've never been given it, which is pretty rotten.
A wage thing as in,
I should have had that sheet, knowing what the officers were, I didn't even know was in your packet. But this is the third year in a row that that's happened. Long before you.
To see what the 3% increase is.
But
or
even,
the-
yeah, even whatever, because then actually one time I got totally blindsided that the other half of the city got a lot of raises, and I had to then, and we had to scramble at the end because we had a lot of upset officers because we weren't even asked. And again, I think that's what concerns me the most about all of this is the fact that, okay, I understand the concerns, okay, yeah, I'll put whatever together that we need to put together. And we do that before June 30th, okay, I get all that stuff. But again, it's going into this concept of communication and those things. The problem is that there's still some very obvious things that, you know, like in this case, that should have never happened. I'm getting blindsided now standing up here that I didn't even know, because that is not what last year's wage thing says. It was minus the 10,000, and then that's what was approved, so it actually had a base rate, and then that, because I have to use that for grants and some of the other stuff.
and so all the wage schedules that were ever given to us from March to April during budget was all that way and all factored in the exact same. That table is based off of the
Right.
information Laura gave us.
But I've never seen it, again. And like I said, this was long before Laura too, there was actually years too, we didn't even get wages, and I had to again struggle to the end. You know, and you see that, those are the problems, and like I would point out to everybody, this is a retention problem. We're creating a retention problem by having the conflict today. You know, and that's what scares me the worst about this, is that we have effectively done something that somebody said couldn't be done with this 2080. Lorenz will never find the officers. Yeah, we got 2 certified guys. We're full here. We haven't been full here like this in forever. But if we go back to 4, that's the reality that you have to face. If we lose 1 because of the stuff that's on Facebook tonight, it only puts the pressure on me. It does. So I mean, again, if an officer leaves because they don't like the conflict going on, that's the reality. And that's my concern today, is these communications things should have been worked out in January, not
Absolutely.
you know. But that's the problem is, okay, so absolutely that.
But I didn't have enough information to know that what I didn't know.
Well, I'm just talking about all of it. I mean, even on the committee stuff. I mean, I'm talking about all of the stuff.
I agree with you.
So now we're left here standing here going, so I will work, we will get it done, you know, I'll go with whatever the committee thinks. You guys need to work with the committee, I will provide them what information they need to have, and we'll go forward, and we'll try to figure it out, and we need to get something done before June 30th, so.
So Alex, so you didn't receive it yet, right?
I
mean,
can't-
you sent it, but for some
He
reason,
sent it multiple times.
But you can't
I, for
open
whatever
it.
reason, can't open it.
okay, to the city, to your
City
The
email?
city
So it's a OneDrive link, because it's a large set of files that I've created, so it makes it easier. If it's easy for him to just go in and you can look at each one of those spreadsheets that do the accountability for each week, and then it's break down into a quarterly report that's what's then sent from the billing. Lorenz has it, and like I said, everybody else can access it, and I don't know why Wes can't, because I even moved it into a different system to try to send it out, so I don't know what that is. I don't know what the problem is. I don't understand why he can't get it.
Sure.
It might be a system, this may or may not, but Kim tried to send me something from Laura's computer last week that was on a OneDrive folder, and I literally never received it, and it never was in spam or junk or trash or anything. So I don't know if it's just something that, in my case, the email didn't even get through. And I even signed up for a OneDrive account with my email thinking maybe it was shared with me, but I just don't know if there's some other systematic underlying issue there that we're not.
I don't know. I'll have to look.
That's all right, yeah, yeah.
All he would have gotten was an email that just said,
Yeah, I don't have to know my emails, but I get junk in it once in a while, so I don't look at them all. So.
oh, no, I get you, like I said. So, I mean,
Did you have, we've kind of ventured off, but
I was just gonna talk about, one of the benefits, like I'm gonna have a baby here very soon, any day now. And like, it's nice to know, like, I'm not leaving, like, my coworkers, like, if for some reason, like, they are, life happens and they have stuff going on, Nick works pretty much on my side. So it's nice knowing that he can help if need be, if like my coworkers can't pick extra shift. So that's a nice benefit, is to know, because, you know, like Alex said, I've been here for almost 6 years, close to 6 years now, and we've been pretty much short-staffed the whole time. So it's nice to have that feeling that you're not screwing over your coworkers with the extra help Lorenz can help with. And I'll be honest, like, I have pros and cons to it, but overall I think it's a pro. And like, do I think some things could be adjusted on it? Yes, I do. And I'd be willing to talk to anyone that has questions for me outside of here, if you, or even here you can, but outside of here, if you have questions for me, I would give you my honest opinion on the ordeal and what can be improved.
Because they've all had access, I mean, anybody in here can talk to them, I don't, and that's never been a problem. So, but the problem is nobody has. In a year, no one has.
I also think, I mean, without seeing what changes were gonna be proposed before getting this, or if there were any changes at all.
Just the mileage.
Right, I mean, it's hard to have those discussions preemptively, like, I can't say, like, what are your thoughts on the way that this is structured, if, and then we have it on the old one, and then the new 2080 was gonna be completely different, as far as the contract verbiage and that goes. So now that I have this, I feel like I can better have a discussion that would be pertinent to making the decision on the document that was given to me for the new year.
And it's identical to the last document, so if you could just have the last document, it's other than the mileage rate was added, because when we made the decision for this, the mileage rate came after the approvals, and all of a sudden, oh shit, we forgot to put the mileage rate was in there, but then it forgot to be written in there, so.
But that would have been an assumption on my part to assume that you're gonna keep the contract the exact same as last year, and I didn't know if that were the case or not, so.
All that is be asked.
Right, agreed.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, is that's that communication stuff again. You know, people need to be reaching out, people need to quit, you know, we don't wanna stovepipe information in just one line. Because again, people text me 24 hours a day and it's done anyway. So.
Agreed, and I think to sit here and point fingers as to who dropped the ball is not gonna be conducive to any conversation we're going to have. Furthermore, it would
From my point.
reinvigorate your concern that anything being aired on social media would be destructive to the town, but again, I think there should be a mutual understanding that the burden lies on all of us, and that you need to over communicate with what you're going to do, and you need to over communicate with the concerns, questions, discussions you want to have as well. And I think it's a full recognition on all our parts to understand that there was a lot of discussion being had, and that discussion wasn't necessarily being relayed as well. Because I have voice recordings of conversations where I ask for things, and the fact that you stand here today and say you never heard of that in the 6 months that I've been on council means that I know that my concerns that were directed to my point of contact were never relayed. So we were instructed as a council to not reach out to city employees directly. All of our concerns and discussions needed to be directed to our city administrator. I actually was accused of reaching out to a city employee, and I have zero, at that time, I had 0 city employee numbers or contacts available to me. So I went about the way that I am supposed to go and directed my concerns and my discussion to my point of contact, and was reliant on those conversations being had and then relayed to me in the way that they were supposed to be. And so the recognition needs to be on both of our parts that those conversations were probably not happening, and or they may not have been happening in the way that they were supposed to be intended.
And I guess, and I'm sorry, Kim, just real quick is that, but the thing is, always remember, and if you look at your organizational chart, she wasn't in the organizational chart, it goes to her and then it comes to me. So that's just my piece to that. I just, you know, and that's the unfortunate part to it. Again, Laura had, I mean, if that's where we're gonna, I mean, she has no line to me, so, and that's the reality of it. I mean, those types of things, I mean, again, it's just in the simple organizational chart, which is published, that's not a thing, so, should, so.
And I was again, as we look at filling this vacancy of the administrator, I just think that skill of communication and coordination is huge in order to continue to support all of our employees, our community, and all of this council to continue to work forward on everything that all of you are working so hard to get to the next step, headed in the right direction, so. That's my old lady talk.
Okay, so we have here, it says discussion and possible action, but we don't have any action that we can actually take because we need an ordinance, or resolution, excuse me,
I think we all need to agree on what we need to do
Yes.
going forward. However, I mean, we can't just leave tonight
No, I know.
and say, well, and then hope somebody puts everything together before June 30th. That's not fair to anyone.
To anyone.
So, I would think we need to make sure that you have the information that you sent, right, Alex? That you guys have that, and then that is shared with your boss, I think. And you're able to look at that, and if you have questions, Nicole, then you can say, oh, yep, here it is, oh, here it is, or no, I need this and this and this. And then my thought is that do we go back to the committee members then and say, okay, can you ask Alex for this information versus getting information from every single one of us? And maybe that's okay, I don't know, what would be the best way to gather more information on the questions we may have once we look at that document?
What I would recommend is you send the communication to me, and then I will send it to the committee.
Could you just send the link to all of us, cause I would try and send it to everybody.
Oh,
but
that
I
makes sense to
haven't
us.
I just tried it, but I couldn't get it open.
Okay, I'll figure something out on the
Yeah,
training.
sending it to all of us would be a very good idea.
Okay, so Alex, you're gonna send that to all of us.
Can you print it off?
I can print it off, it's just it'll be a lot of trees.
I also really like search. If it's searchable, it'd be really helpful to just like
Yeah.
to look at it as a general overview instead of like plumbing through.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is it's divided into weeks with an Excel spreadsheet, and then those are broken down into regions. So I mean, like I said, it's a lot of volume, but it's a lot of bluster for, you're gonna look at numbers and you're gonna go, okay, this is where we are, this is the calls we covered, this is what we did, this is the average.
So Alex, you would like to suggest that if I had a question looking at it, that I let you know, and
I'll
then.
have me be the single point of contact. You
Okay.
tell me what information you guys want, I will relay that to the committee members,
Okay.
and then we can make decisions from that on how that information, and obviously I have no problem disseminating to everybody, but again, just to make sure that it's filtered, to whatever and however they want it, because that's the power of the committee, right? That's the power of the two things.
I think so.
So, yeah, I would say it's just easier to give them the time crunch too. I think we just have to, so I just need everybody's questions and whatever you need, so.
What does the council feel about, sometimes I feel like I wanna know what you asked, and I can either support that and not burden you with asking the same question again. So I would personally like, if you send a question, I would like to know, and use a council group, so we know what we're asking.
I mean, it could be an understanding that if we send questions to Alex to bring to the committee, that we're just gonna BCC everyone so
Yeah.
that you can read through what has already been sent.
Right.
And if you have additional ones or.
Yeah, so we don't walk it up, walk it all down.
And then you don't have a quorum problem.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
Yeah.
And that's what, because like I said, and I can't vote, so however I respond is. And that's the other good thing about having me being the center point of that information.
So what are we doing going forward? What's our next step? To collect information and disseminate it to everyone, correct?
So if you haven't made a decision before June 30, what
Right.
does he do? Does he go ahead and continue continue this next month before you can put it on the agenda again? He's gotta know and be able to tell Lorenz, you do or you don't have coverage.
That's up to you guys.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2080 agreement with a,
To provide assistance, I would say, that just help with the motion, to provide continued assistance under the current 2080 for X amount of days. It's basically you're authorizing an extension. Yeah, it's a little quasi weird, but
I was just gonna say to extend it to either extend it or to sign it, and then after that, we can always cancel. We have the proper amount of days to cancel it.
that would be the most legal way to do it, would be to sign, and then if you're going to then cancel. But that buys you the time, and that has the legal document fully in effect, other than, as Nicole has pointed out, the resolution problem. But,
With-
so you'd have to have a quick meeting or something.
Once we get a resolution.
Can you cancel a contract? Like, just cancel it?
Yeah, this has a cancellation
Yeah,
clause.
Oh, this has a cancellation clause.
But the
Most of these do
cancellation clause
not.
for this is 90 days though too, right?
Well, again, if you cancel, you cancel. I mean, they still need 90 days. I mean, to me, that's still appropriate. I mean, I get it. It's their problem.
It's their problem, but we work with other communities and we have to be able to, we might have to work with them in the future.
And I agree, I think that it would be crappy to just like leave anyone in a bind, but we also have to realize that whatever is laid out legally is what we're going to have to defend if there was an issue. And I think that if the contract is expired and something happened July 1st, that would be a huge liability on our part because of what the contract legally says.
That's what I'm saying. I make a motion to sign the contract,
Well, the new one,
the new one.
you can't do that until there's a resolution.
Once we get a resolution, I make a motion to sign it once we get the resolution. So basically, I'm saying that we're going to sign it, once we get a resolution, we're gonna have a special meeting and sign it.
Okay, well, then you also have to amend the fact that it says only the city administrators can enact, because we don't have even an interim city administrator right now, so you need to enact. You need to make an amendment to who can enact contract.
And we should add
Why
this.
don't we just extend the current contract
That's what
like we
you're
said?
like too.
So this one actually has this one has a hard end. Most of them don't, like your COPEGs and all those, they usually do a soft end, or they do soft terminations. This was because of the agreements between the two, well, and it was this council back in the day, they went with a hard termination of 6/30. So that's our problem now, is that most would continue on until this contract is not done.
I still think we should just go ahead and have an open, it's not gonna do us any good. All it's gonna do is eat into our timeline by us having conversation amongst ourselves and then putting that burden onto somebody else to go have the conversation with other people. I think the most direct and efficient route is to be able to have a joint meeting, one
With
meeting
Lorenz.
with Lorenz, have the open discussion, have both parties be able to state their concerns. In the meantime, we still have time to be able to have discussions with those that it's gonna affect the most and be able to get information from our side. And at that meeting, have everything available to be able to enact it that day if we so choose. We can get everything done in one evening, and it seems to be a lot more efficient for all of our time, and given the fact that we all are undertaking a lot more responsibility right now too.
So who's going to be responsible to get Lorenz together with us? The committee,
We have a motion on
Alex?
the table.
And what was your official motion?
Sign the contract. Once,
Sign the new contract
yes, once we get a resolution,
with the amendment of who to enact it.
that's what I've asked, and we're gonna answer.
I don't know, that's not.
I don't
what you
have an
said.
answer.
your motion, who do you want to enact it?
I guess it could be me.
Janice?
I don't know.
I think it needs to be a,
Unfortunately, the lady sitting over here by the Iowa flag is more likely candidate.
let's see, I think it needs to be the clerk or mayor that holds representative situations.
Same with our clerk. That's my motion.
Okay, you're gonna have to say that motion again because it's way too chopped up.
Motion to sign the contract once we get a resolution with the stipulated, or the changes that Janan is in place of the city, or the city administrator.
Gotta have a second.
I don't know if
So
this
we
is
have
an
to move forward.
I don't know, so what would be the problem with me seconding it, but yet then moving forward with meeting with Lorenz and everybody, what would be the problem with that?
Nothing.
So that we still have a contract that's moving forward to support everybody, but yet we also know that there's, you know.
If we go with this contract and we decide to have that joint meeting,
Yes.
then you're going to need to make another motion that basically states that this motion is no longer effective. And if you don't have that before July 1st, then you're going to need to give 90 days to get out of the contract. If we weren't to make another motion that changes what Cody just did, then effective July 1st, you have agreed to that contract. And if you wanna change anything, or if after we learn and get numbers that we don't wanna pursue this, you're in for at least 3 more months.
So, Alex, okay, so you said this one, the current one ends at a certain, okay, where does it say that here? I'm sorry,
I think below 12.
sometimes they're not very detailed.
Duration. Showing shall continue in effect until June 3, 2020, unless notice of term of the agreement is given by either party to the other party at least 90 days prior to the termination of the agreement. Notice shall be given in writing in order to the first agreement.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Okay, given that perspective. Okay, I can't second it. Sorry.
So that motion fails. So
Motion fails.
I would make a motion that at this point, we table this with the understanding that the plan is to get a joint meeting with Lorenz within the next 2 weeks to be able to address this before the time.
Okay. A joint meeting with Lorenz in the next 2 weeks. I'm on vacation.
And then the next week.
I'm on vacation starting the 28th.
We have the remainder of this week and next week to get it figured out.
Or that's why
Pending.
I mean, not to take away from
No.
you, that's why we have a pro tem.
Yep,
Is
that's
to
true.
cover
That's true.
this one
We
here,
already discussed
so
pro tem, so.
That's that role as
Yeah.
well, you
Yeah.
know.
Mhm.
Not that I don't want you to be there and try to accommodate that, honestly.
No, that, and I'm good with that. I mean, this is our vacation we plan every
Yeah,
year,
for
same
sure.
time, for sure. But,
So if we couldn't get something planned and you're available,
Right.
know that that would
Right,
be
that,
an
yes,
acceptable.
yes. I'm just saying that I know I'm not going to be around, so it will be.
So motion is to,
Table this agenda item for now with the understanding that the goal is to get a joint council meeting with Lorenz in the next 2 weeks to be able to address this before the deadline. And the reality exists that if we can't do that joint meeting, we can still call an emergent special meeting ourselves to decide at that point, right, whether we want to extend this or accept a new contract at that point too. We're still, yes, we're up against a brick wall here, but there is still 2 weeks that we have planned in. It's not something that wake up tomorrow and we're screwed.
I would second that.
Nicole and Kim, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
So, Wes, what are you thinking then?
I honestly, I don't know at this point.
Okay,
My brain is fried.
okay.
I mean,
We've been here 4 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
So that tabling it fails?
Yep. Trying to think of a plan C. I can't think of one.
If we could just extend the old contract, but we can't, apparently, is that correct? We cannot.
I mean, again, the only way to extend the contract is to do what Cody says. It's the only way to extend it. You gotta sign one that goes, and then if you disagree or you can't come to the amendments and whatever, the city of Pocahontas then says, but it gives them 90 days to figure it out. I mean, that's really all you have left, because
We could cancel it on the 6th, if that's what, our regular schedule meeting, just,
but again,
and then it gives them 90 days to prepare.
I still think we have enough time. Yes, it's short. We still have enough time.
If I make a motion to sign the contract with once we get a resolution with Janad, with getting a meeting with Lorenz before the end of our next contract to talk about it.
Is there a second? So it's obvious we don't wanna sign the new contract yet. And because we don't have enough information yet, we still have 15 days, 14 days to get the information and have a meeting. I don't think that is any too out of line.
well, and the concept of tabling anyway is that if there's no action taken on this, it's not necessarily that it's dead or alive. It's just
Right.
it can always be brought up in this one. I think that's what you're trying to. Is that where you're
That's
going
where
with
I'm
this?
going, yes, basically,
so,
yes. So we can table it for now and,
That's what my motion was.
I know, and have these discussions. And
Right.
I
Well,
know
that's what I was
it
worried
is-
about was that the tabling side was.
Table it and have the discussions. Come back to this within the next 2 weeks and get it done.
And so basically you can walk away from this table without the motion to table, you're just saying, no action taken. And that's part of Robert's Rules of Order, so that's copacetic.
It works.
No action taken. Reports, anyone?
I'll just make a brief statement that I wanna thank the chamber and the businesses that have volunteered and donated to the free movies, throughout the summer.
Oh, yeah.
I went 2 for 2 now, and they're well attended, and I think it's really awesome to be able to have that, so thank you to the volunteers and to the businesses that have made sure that that happens.
Anybody else? Motion to adjourn?